casualties and moving at a glacial pace, to be quite frank about it. No significant operational breakthroughs. And you look at that and you can understand the president's frustration. But Putin, as of yet, doesn't seem to want to move to the negotiating table and stop this conflict. Hopefully, the next week or two, we can move him in that direction.
Well, and Zelensky also doesn't have the support of this from his people. 78% of Ukrainians reject the idea of any deal that gives unoccupied territory to Russia. That is something that had been discussed. I mean, that's just a recent poll that was taken in Kyiv. There was also some breaking news out of Israel that I wanted to ask you about. They struck a hospital in the Gaza Strip 2 times yesterday. It killed at least 20 people, including 5 journalists. President Trump not happy about these latest attacks, telling Israel to end the war soon. Listen.
It's a terrible situation over there, terrible, terrible situation. But it's coming to a head, it's coming to an end, and I think that we will have, I think within the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to have pretty good conclusive ending. And it's a hard thing to say because they've been fighting for thousands of years. You want to know, that's been a hotbed forever. But I think we're doing a very good job. But it does have to end. But people can't forget October 7th.
General, do you see this war ending anytime soon?
Well, I do see it. I do see it ending, certainly in the sense that Hamas will be defeated if Israel continues their campaign. But the reality is, first of all, let's deal with the first thing, the hospital attack. Israel has admitted that that was a mistake, and innocent people were killed as a result of that horrific mistake. And humans make mistakes in war, and sometimes they can be tragic. And this is one of those instances. What Netanyahu is doing, Cheryl, he's pursuing a dual strategy. One, he's got his troops beginning a campaign in Gaza City to finish Hamas, to reduce their control over the Gazan people. He's moving the people out of Gaza City to the south and to the coast to get them away from that conflict as best as possible. And because he's threatening this major campaign, Hamas has come forward and put a ceasefire deal on the table and a hostage release. That negotiation is taking place, and it proves once again the point that he has consistently made, is that if you keep the pressure on Hamas, that is the only way you're going to get a deal out of them that's reasonable. After all, it was Hamas that shut down the last deal, remember, that Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump wanted to bring to completion to get the hostages, at least part of the hostages, out. That deal fell apart because of Hamas. Now they're back wanting to talk again. Why? Because the Israeli troops are getting closer to them, and they feel that pressure. So this is a dual strategy. It's going to take some time to unfold.
General Jack Keane, it's always a pleasure to speak with you. And there's so much going on around the world. Really appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
On August 22nd, I told viewers that the road to artificial general intelligence was already bringing massive change to society and disrupting industries around the world. And to take advantage, I recommended buying a group of stocks, including these. Then, I told them to sell a group of stocks before they got wiped out on the road to AGI, including these 3. All 3 of my buy recommendations beat the market, while all 3 of my sell recommendations fell. This isn't a one-off. I've been issuing sell this, buy that recommendations for 30 years.
Hello, my name is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, simulcasting on X Spaces, and streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for joining. Good morning. This is a live stream on August 26th. I will also broadcast this as a premiere on the different channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube: Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those channels. And make sure you have the notification bell clicked. In addition, if you like the content and you want to support the work that I do, because all these videos are for free, I have thousands of videos out there for free. If you want to help support the work, please share the links, ask your social media to follow me. You can also follow me on X and on GETTR. and buy the products that I offer on my store, or donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. For the ones that are international, they can't get my supplements. You donating on my website or being a paid member to my Patreon channel helps to support the work that I do. Again, I don't put anything behind a paywall. All this news content that I create is for free. So if you like the support, you can be a paid member to my Patreon. The link is in the description of this video. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website. The great products that I offer are ebooks, supplements, and course material on immunology and pulmonology. If you want to learn about how your lungs work and how your immune system works, it's a great way. It's only $50 for each month for the pulmonary module, or $50 for the immunology module. You get lots of videos and lots of PDFs. And you get a unique login, and you can log in as many times as you want to watch the videos and to download the PDF files. So it's a great way to learn. And I have great supplements that I take. And if you listen to how to stack them, you'll be able to slow down the aging process and improve your different organ systems. So this show is going to be going over the news, but also through the commercials, I'm going to tell you how to improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. With that, let's take a look at some of the news that's been breaking here.
Does your AR process feel more like getting diamonds from gold than cash from customers? Sorala Elevate AR automates collections, cash application, and reporting, and cuts your DSO by up to 30%. Automate AR without limits. Visit sorala.com for more.
When my team pitched the idea, I thought it was impossible. The pan that sears like stainless, lasts like cast iron, and doesn't use toxic coatings.
We've got the right man at the table this morning to talk about all the news out there. President Trump saying he's going to be firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook, says he's fired her already. And the government, of course, taking a stake in Intel. Kevin McCarthy is here, former House Speaker, and now Alpha Institute Chairman. It's great to see you as we try to understand what this all means. First of all, just tell me what you think of the firing. And do you believe, as we were talking to Steve Leisman before, that she has been fired, she's officially fired, and now she's going to effectively have to go to court to keep her job, or Trump is going to have to go to court to keep her from going to the job?
I'm not an attorney, so I don't know the official answer, but I think this is going to be a test case. We're going to find out. Is there cause? The president has the right with cause to remove her. Maybe there's another ability. She says she's going to stay, so I think it's going to come down to the courts.
But do you imagine that the next time she tries to walk into a Fed building,
She could have a problem.
there are going to be security folks from instructed by the White House to effectively prevent her from making her way?
Well, the law
into the Fed
says the
building?
president has the right to.
Because the president already issued her firing, and the reason why, and he named the statute in the firing, and he said it was effective immediately, and it was because of mortgage fraud between two different states within a 2-week period. Her position as Fed governor has been eliminated. So when she goes to the door and goes through security, they should be bouncing her back. She'd bounce her off the premises. And if she wants to fight the issue, then it should be fought in court. But here's another example where people of very powerful positions, like a Federal Reserve board member, doing things because they think they can get away with it. And then on top of it, doesn't it have there's a little bit of an element of a DEI and this entitlement attitude from the whole DEI and affirmative action realm. And this is what I've been complaining about for many months. And it's about time that people push back that are conservative. It's about meritocracy. If you work hard, if you play by the rules, you should get preference, not for people that are trying to skip ahead of the line and feel as though they're entitled. I'm against people that think they're entitled if they're white or black. It doesn't matter, right? But this whole DEI woke agenda created this kind of problem. What's some of the common themes? Loretta James and Lisa Cook, mortgage fraud, powerful positions, think that they're above the law, think they can get away with it. What about Adam Schiff? A lot of these people that are in politics, they're doing things because they feel as though they're above the law. No. They should bounce her off the premises. And if she wants to fight it, then she can fight it in court.
Somebody for cause. So he laid out his cause, and I think the way the law reads is she's removed now and she's going to have to go to court to reverse that if she got a decision in her direction.
Okay, so then the next question gets to maybe the larger picture about Jay Powell, who this president has been after for quite some time. Do you believe this is just a almost test case, if you will, for whether he could fire Jay Powell?
It could be a test case. The problem with Jay Powell is that the only thing that potentially could warrant a firing of him is the mismanagement of the renovations of the Federal Reserve building. I don't think there's anything else out there that he can do to fire him. Because he reads economic data wrong, that doesn't justify it. Because he's late to cutting rates, that doesn't justify a firing. But his mismanagement of the building renovations and the cost overruns and the opulence of the design, I think he needs to be held accountable for.
No, because I think the Supreme Court's made the decision, and in Trump's mind, I believe he's decided, look, and he's actually answered this question too. He's gone in May. Now, does that mean the president waits till May to name his replacement? I don't believe that's the case. I believe the president could, as early as next month or the month after, name who will become chair. They've got to go through the process to get confirmed,
Right.
And they'll be prepared.
Let me ask you a different question.
Sure.
As a Republican,
Yes.
are you troubled in any way by the politics of what's happened here with Cook? That's not to say that Cook has not done something inappropriate or wrong. Steve Leeson and I were talking earlier. You can hold two ideas in your mind. You could say that she's done something wrong and this has been politicized.
Yeah.
Does this look to you like it's a weaponization of the president's role?
Your business is crushing it. But unless they've got the right help desk software.
Oh man, tickets just won't stop.
Your agents can get
Of the president's role. And I asked because there was lots of times where you came on before and thought that
Here's the
Biden-
problem. You have the media thinking that Trump is politicizing the Federal Reserve. That he's trying to push for the Federal Reserve to have lower rates. And that this is like something new coming right out of the executive wing. And it was all Trump. The reality of the situation is, step back, the Federal Reserve has always been politicized. There's been moments in time where the Treasury forces certain policies with the Federal Reserve. Happened under FDR. What about under Nixon? Now, what was the two common themes about FDR and Nixon? It dealt with gold. One was confiscating gold, and the other one stopped the actual conversion of gold. The executive branch has always politicized decision-making for the Federal Reserve. To think that the Federal Reserve has been, this private government, partially private, partially government entity, and it's always had autonomy, is totally false. It's totally false. There have been moments in time where it had to play second fiddle to the Treasury Department or to the executive branch. In times of war, they had to be more accommodative. And then it gets even stranger during the Cold War, in how they had to create certain policies that allowed for an environment economically for the rebuilding of Europe, but also to be on an economic footing to be able to fight the Soviet Union. So to think that the Federal Reserve just makes decisions because of economic data only, since the founding of the Federal Reserve of 1913, no, that's not true. It's always been political. Now, sometimes it's overt political by the Treasury Department or by the executive branch, or sometimes it's hidden, the control, where it's through lobbying groups of banking industries, the banking industry, or industrial tycoons that forced certain policies that would be accommodative through certain rate movements or swap options in the currency markets that would benefit the ones that are lobbying. And they put some pressure on the Treasury. These lobbying groups put some pressure on Congress, and it trickles down into the Federal Reserve, and boom, they make their move. So to say that the Federal Reserve has always had autonomy is totally wrong. Now, should they have autonomy? Or should they be beholden to individuals that are voted into office? The problem comes in is that when you have a government that is controlling the Fed, more than likely you will have more inflation, not less inflation. So there's the problem. Now, if you think that the government, the executive branch, the Treasury, Congress, really cares about unemployment, they don't. They really don't. They care more about the lobbying group and how they can benefit from the price action of the Federal Reserve. The rate change, either going up or going down, and how it will position. For example, look at what happened during Lehman. Do you think the Federal Reserve had autonomy? Or do you think that they were pushed by Hank Paulson at the Treasury Department? Be honest, really, think about that. The Federal Reserve did quantitative easing because they were forced. They had to. And was it to save people's jobs? Average America? No. It was to save the banking industry because they had easy money coming in from Bernanke that fed the housing boom from 2000 to 2006, and then it crashed. And Bernanke had to pick up the pieces. So even during Greenspan's time, Greenspan was the Federal Reserve chairman before Bernanke. He had accommodative policies that fed into the over issuing of the mortgages. And it moved into subprime. And then you add in the financial engineering and not understanding the full risk taking. So when the Federal Reserve was at the table in New York, the New York Fed, and listening to the banks saying that they're going to go bankrupt in 24 hours because of the crash of Lehman. This is right before the crash of Lehman, actually. And they're making their decisions on what they're going to do. And Hank Paulson was forcing some banks to buy other banks, and that the government was going to, have this TARP program, and the Federal Reserve would come in and buy toxic assets and all this stuff. Was the Federal Reserve independent, or did it have political push? It had political push because Congress didn't want to be hearing it from their constituents that they were losing their jobs. Congress didn't want to be hearing from their lobbying groups that support their campaigns that their companies were going to go bankrupt because there was no lending going on. Congress was worried about their positions in the market and how it would affect their portfolio. So let's just stop the bullshit about, is Trump politicizing the Federal Reserve? The Federal Reserve has always been politicized.
Or other politicians, Democrats, were weaponizing the system against folks like Trump or some of your own colleagues.
Well, I think it was weaponized against Trump, and I think the court decisions just recently show that's the case. I mean, I think your true question is, are we politicizing the Fed? But there's a big argument. Did Powell make decisions for political purposes at a certain time before an election on moving it? I think most people believe that to be true. Is this just escalating it to the next level? I don't know. The country's going to sit back and see which way it goes. I don't like the Fed being politicized. I mean, I listened to the talk earlier, which I thought was pretty interesting, that you now say who appointed who within the Fed. Because I really believe when people get on the Fed, regardless of who they're appointed by, they kind of come together and they're looking just at a financial basis. And that's how I want the Fed to play out.
So would it bother you if, for example, you looked at that screen that had the red and the blue under each person, and if either a majority or all of them somehow had red under their name, would that be a problem? And if I told you all of them had blue under their name, would that be a problem?
Look, I mean, I know there's good people on both sides of the aisle, and I think we damage people by saying, because you appointed me, I think I'm just going to follow you. I don't think that's the case. And the argument is you're trying to make, is the president creating this, or did we create this? Why did we start putting states red and blue? So we build this up through our own media that we assume California is a far left state, but there's a lot of Republicans in there. We assume these other states, and I think
isn't the
that's
concept
the
that there's
mistake that America does.
I think the hope is that those people on that screen that are Fed governors today are not loyalists to any
The reason why there's such division is so the rich can make sure that they make their money. The big play here, if you want, put your not middle class hat on, but put on your billionaire hat, all right? The Federal Reserve just signaled that they're going to lower rates. What does that mean? It means that there's going to be some lower movement in the treasury yields. So some of the treasuries bonds are going to go up in price. And there's going to be a lot of money that's going to be flowing into equities. There's going to be inflation. And so asset prices are going to go up. Housing prices are going to go up. Stock is going to go up because this is not the first cut. There's going to be multiple cuts also in 2026. So stocks are going to go up. Commodities are going to go up. Equities are going to go up. Meanwhile, the middle class isn't going to get much. They'll have some exposure into the retirement funds, so they'll have some appreciation in their retirement. Some individuals that have homes are going to see an appreciation of their homes. And ones that are renting are going to have to pay more. The ones that don't have any investments in equities guess what? You're not going to benefit from it. So who's the ones that are going to benefit the most? The ones that have the most magnitude, the ones that have invested the most in the equity market, and they have hard assets. So they want to divide you and think rich, poor, or Democrat, Republican, blue state, red state, and you're not even paying attention to the real issue. The Federal Reserve just told you how to get rich. The same thing that happened when the market tanked because of the tariff move on April 2nd. And I kept on saying, buy equities, buy equities, buy equities. You listened to me, you would have made 20% return, 10 to 20% return, depending on where you did your entry points and if you leveraged or didn't leverage. Well, you had lots of other people saying, it's the fall of the sky. They were all Chicken Littles. Because they're so focused on the division. You got to start thinking like a billionaire and stop thinking like a middle-class dipshit.
I don't think we're loyalists to any side. I think they look from a perspective and they can have difference of opinion.
Right, but isn't what the president is saying that he wants to put in people who agree with him, and some people look at that and say they're loyalists. That's
every president says that, and members of Congress and Senate, when they go to confirm them, they ask them, do you agree with me? When you do the Supreme Court, do you agree with me? And now we're getting to the point where people will say, I can't agree with anything, otherwise I can't get confirmed.
But I think it's fair to say that for many decades, cabinet appointments that go through those hearings in the Senate, Supreme Court appointments that go through those hearings in the Senate, they are people with a political persuasion. Historically, Fed appointments haven't been. They've been people with an economic expertise. And maybe there's too much groupthink in there, and we could go through that argument. But have we now turned a corner where the most qualified people who might have very high-paid jobs in finance?
Yeah, I'm an AI, but I'm here to talk apps. Real apps you can build in minutes with Base 44. This finance app solves your business headaches. Tracking invoices,
very high-paid jobs in finance or whatever aren't going to even want to be considered for these types of roles. And you're appointing politicians going
I don't believe so. I believe you could talk to a lot of people, they'd love to be on the Fed. I hear from them all the time. You look at the number of people campaigning for chair without campaigning for it, right? That is a major honor to do. And when you get on the Fed, you are pretty independent. I mean, you're not interacting with the House and the Senate. You're making decisions and people are waiting to hear what's being done. It's still going to be that way. And look, the law says you can remove somebody for cause. I have not heard her come back and argue I didn't do something wrong.
And that's what we were talking with Steve about, which is,
and I think
if the answer was pretty simple, yeah, I think you would have heard the answer already.
And had she done that, I think this would be a different situation.
Right.
Hey, I didn't do something wrong. I didn't realize that I was docu-signing something and someone pre-checked that box.
Okay, let's pivot for a second.
Sure.
To the other big topic of the day, of the week, of the month.
What's that?
The stake in Intel. And maybe even more importantly, some of the comments that Kevin Hassett made on this broadcast yesterday, and then the president followed up later.
I missed it. I was at West Point yesterday. So what did he say yesterday?
He said that the government is planning to take additional stakes. If given the opportunity to take stakes in other U.S. enterprises, that the U.S. government will and would like to do so. We're going to talk to Howard Lutnick about this, in addition to the sovereign wealth fund that the U.S. that he would like to set up.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious about how you, as a Republican, feel about this. And I ask because, as we said to Kevin Hassett, since the 1980s, Reagan used to say that the 9 most dangerous words in America were, I'm here from the government and I'm here to help.
Look, and look, in my principle, I fundamentally believe, look, I don't like government owning businesses. I don't think that, I think America is more affected by competition. I think that's why we surpass others. But I think this is a follow-up question you have to ask to Kevin and the others. Intel is different than other companies. We are in a battle about AI and quantum, and chips are fundamental. And you've got China looking, and she's saying he's going to invade by 27. So this is where I put an asterisk to my philosophical belief. But I want government to do something about rare earth. I want to do something about chips. And I don't want to be beholden to China. okay?
Right.
There's the
Okay.
whole reason.
But then you support the sale of NVIDIA and AMD chips.
Okay, I said, but let me finish. This is the whole reason I created the Select Committee on China, which is very bipartisan. Because if you read Graham Allison's Destined for War, okay, 16 times in the history of the world, the number 2 power has surpassed the number 1. Only 4 times they didn't go to war. If we had learned anything from COVID, we are too dependent on China. They control 90% of the minerals, 95% of the processing, and government came in and partnered with a mine, which normally philosophically I would oppose to, but I support that. So I would put an asterisk at this. If this is about chips, I'm going to say this is a smart move.
Okay, can I ask a separate question then?
Yes.
Are you an advocate of NVIDIA and AMD selling their lower power chips to China and the U.S. taking an additional VIG in exchange for that opportunity?
To me, it's not the question of we get money for doing it. I don't play into that. The question,
well, do you wish that we didn't put that in the mix? Because that's
the macro approach here is, how are we are we looking to compete with China? Are we looking to have 2 separate worlds with China, where then we're getting into a Cold War. Okay. Then we're saying China's taking one part and they're making a chip in this part of the world, and Huawei is dominating in this area, and we're going to try to dominate there. I think long term it's better that if we're worried about us being dependent upon them, I'd rather have them dependent upon us.
Okay, play this out with me.
Okay.
How about TikTok?
Yeah.
So here we had Congress actually created a rule, a law to outlaw this thing because it was a national security threat.
Yes.
You and so many others came on this television program and said, hair on fire, this thing is an actual threat to the nation, and it's like an imminent, immediate threat to the nation, right? And here we are, how many?
Okay, to be fair, this happened when I had left Congress. But in that law, if you read that law, it also put a provision in there for the president, like we do on tariffs, to have to pause or do something different. And I think from a political basis, 100 million Americans use this. And we dealt with this in a Congress.
You do see all the inconsistencies here, right? Like you do see that the public looks at this between TikTok on one end, AMD and NVIDIA on the other end.
The golden share.
Give us their.
Okay, now wait a minute, but I think you're taking a small part and you're not threading all the way through. Because on TikTok, the president says he is going to do something. And this is what in the president's first term wanted to do with TikTok, but couldn't get all the way. Americans are concerned, everybody is, about our privacy, but more importantly about that data. So what I understand the president do, what he tried to do before, don't let that go to China. Put that into an American thing. But he's also negotiating with China right now. That's why I think the TikTok is still.
And it's a chess piece in the larger
tariff. But I think if that data then goes to, let's say, Oracle or something and sits inside Texas, fine. That solves the problem with people. And that's being consistent.
It started with a totally innocent free trial.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the soaps that I have. They're structural nano silver soaps. I have 4 different types, varieties. And you can get it in charcoal tea tree, lemongrass, peppermint, and also in lavender. Get a few bars for your household. They're very high quality soaps made from structural nano silver. And use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. Now, I also have a foundational part of the protocol. And that foundation, to help slow down the aging process and to help boost up certain organ systems, that foundation is a probiotic and a multivitamin. So I have complete multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest, and it has the multivitamins that you need as cofactors for enzymatic activity, so your cells will perform better. It's comprehensive. You take it every day, all right? Drink filtered water. And also for the foundation of the stack, take a probiotic. This probiotic is a powder. I also have a VeggieCap version. So take it every day, and with a good probiotic, you're going to be able to help digestion, Your gut health will improve. It'll help the right microbiome. You will improve your immune system. The mucosal lining of your gut will improve. The concentrations of IgA will go up, so your immune system will improve. You're reducing the chances of leaky gut syndrome, and you're also improving the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. When you have a good gut biome, you're going to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate. It helps you to get rid of that brain fog. By sleeping on a regular basis, you're going to be detoxifying your central nervous system. You're consolidating memory, and you're going to be well rested. You're also helping with your skin. The health of your skin is affected by the health of your gut. So you get many benefits by taking a good probiotic. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the powdered version or the veggie cap that I have on my store, and also get the complete multivitamin. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount 5. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg here.
Yours, what say you?
I say definitely equal weight. Markets are going to display different levels of volatility according to whether it's the mega cap or everything else. Everything else, the kind of volatility that equity displays is the type of volatility that I think investors have now come to expect with their equity allocation. The volatility they're going to see in mega caps is something totally different entirely, probably twice that volatility. So yes, they need to hold both, but they need to have a much stronger stomach for owning the mega cap tech stocks only. So I would not lean into an overweight in those positions. I would be equal weight. And as you can see, there is some appreciation right now. Certainly for financials, they've had a good tailwind. And there's like the pharmaceuticals, like that Eli Lilly showed, and a little bit more trading on fundamentals.
I know this sounds really, really boring, but if you don't want to be stressed out, all you have to do is buy a broad index, Russell 2000 or S&P 500. Don't buy individual stocks. Why? One, to manage individual stocks is it's cognitively expensive. It takes too much of your own brain power. And two, you have idiosyncratic risk in the individual stocks. So if you're investing in, let's say, just NVIDIA, could you make money in NVIDIA? Yeah, but you can also lose a lot. What's better? If you want to be able to sleep at night, buy a broad index. That's a better play in the long run. Now, if you want to get even fancier, do a 70-30 split. Broad index with equities for your 70% of your money and 30% in an aggregate bond fund. And when you do that, you are going to be way better off in 10 years than trying to be a super trader with NVIDIA. Because most of the people that do that will lose money, not make money. Now, there will be periods of time where you may be making money, but then it's offset by losses. And it's just stupid to invest in individual stocks because of idiosyncratic risk. So don't do it. Don't do it.
Through markets, we do know that the tariff effect will be maybe transitory in that it's one-off, but it is still to come. We know that those numbers have been absorbed by companies up to now, and the transmission effect has not really been seen. So yes, we are concerned about inflation, and that's why I would share the view of your previous guests around what this actually means in terms of the Fed. Does it mean that they will simply throw off the guardrails in terms of monetary easing? Probably not, because they have to look at the data. If inflation starts to get out of control, well beyond their previous target, they simply cannot, in their right minds, cut rates with abandon.
All right, Ethan, and of course we'll get an update on inflation, at least in the U.S. when it comes to Friday's PCE numbers. Great to get some time with you. That is Moneta, Chief Global Market Strategist.
The next video that I want to go to is a Fox News video. They were interviewing Stephen Miller.
90% of traders fail. The first mistake is what we call the strategy
Here with reaction, Deputy White House Chief of Staff for Policy, Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. You know, Stephen, if I've been running a scroll of the names of people that have been shot and killed, you can predict with pinpoint accuracy how many people on any given weekend are going to be shot and killed in Chicago. They haven't lifted a finger to solve the problem. You know, they've fallen into this defund, dismantle, reimagine, no bail insanity. And now Donald Trump wants to help and they're mad at him?
Look, we discussed this last time I was on your show. The Democrat Party does not fight for, care about, or represent American citizens. It is an entity devoted exclusively to the defense of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extremist organization. Look at Chicago. They've shut down the police department. They've handcuffed law enforcement. And as President Trump says, they've turned the streets of Chicago into a bloody killing field. Here in Washington, D.C., before President Trump launched the federal law enforcement liberation in D.C., there was a murder on the streets of this town every other day. Body after body after body after body. That was Washington, D.C. Residents were afraid to go to restaurants. They were afraid to go into entire neighborhoods. They were getting carjacked right and left, raw.
Welcome to America, run by the Democratic Party and George Soros. Now, what is interesting is that when there was money flowing through U.S. aid, right? And these different nonprofits and different NGOs, it seemed as though there were more riots, like sponsored riots in different cities. But right when Trump started turning the spigot off, and less money was flowing to the NGOs, less money was flowing to the nonprofits. Did you notice that, guess what? The number of big riots went down drastically? You notice that? So some organizations were getting funding from the government to fund these like BLM type, Occupy type movements. Now I don't know if it's been proven, but I noticed there was some tweets about how George Soros was actually getting U.S. funding through different NGO programs. And he was using those funds for riots, all right? I don't know if that's true or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if the guy could get the money from the Democratic Party through government funds, through these conduit mechanisms that flow into nonprofits and flow into NGOs, then why wouldn't he do that? Of course he would. Why would you think that he would use his own money if he could use the government money? So you are seeing as a data point, less big rioting in the summer that is related to BLM kind of stuff or Palestinian uprising kind of stuff, right? Because I think that the money trail has been severed. Now, to continue with Stephen Miller, there's still problems in inner cities run by Democrats over the decades where it's been an erosion of civil obedience, all right, civil harmony. New York, Chicago, LA, Boston. I'm sure there's many other cities that are having problems where it's like that broken window theory. There's enough broken windows, then the crime starts to go up, right? So you have this crime that's been building and building and building. And then you have the Democratic mayors. Well, last year, comparing to last year, year over year, the comps are showing that crime's less. Well, the problem is they're not booking all of the different crimes, especially the heinous ones, on top of no cash bail. So there is a multiple year effort, either because of stupidity and bad management or purposeful degrading of the city, that leads to crime, leads to these types of problems that Stephen Miller is talking about. So you have to have a sheriff that comes in, a new sheriff in town to clean up the mess, because it's the Wild West in these inner cities. Now, why is this? Why is this happening? Is it because of Democratic policies that just automatically lead to urban decay? And that's just the inherent policy result? Or is it that they are orchestrating an effort where if you degrade the society enough, then you'll be able to usher in control, because the people in the inner city are now on their urban plantation. And it is now you can usher in this socialism. I can make an argument for both ways. It's either because of stupidity that just leads to urban decay, bad policies leading to urban decay, or that it's an orchestrated effort and they want it to happen. I can make that argument either way. I just don't know what it is. And maybe in some cities it's done on purpose, and maybe other cities it's just a negative externality of stupidity. But Democrats, usually, when they're running cities, drive wealth out, drive businesses out. Crime starts to increase, and it's a downward spiral.
And beat him? That was Washington, D.C. Now we're 2 weeks homicide free, the safest the city has ever been in its entire history. And the Democrats, instead of jumping up and down and saying, thank you, President Trump, thank you for saving our lives, thank you for saving our cities, thank you for scrubbing away all the graffiti, the trash.
Exactly. Orange man bad all the time, according to CNN. The Democrats don't want to say thank you to anything. They don't want to say thank you that we have a all-time high or near high for the S&P 500. They don't want to say thank you that, you know what, we're going into the next economic boom. But there's going to be people that suffer if you don't prepare for the changes in the economy. No, orange man bad all the time. All the time. Him trying to create peace in Ukraine, between the Ukrainians and Russia. You have MSNBC demonizing him and CNN demonizing him. He's always wrong. Always wrong, according to them. No matter if he's trying to provide world peace and trying to bring back manufacturing, and they try to demonize him. Because orange man is always bad. The wine and cheese Democrat that benefits from just pushing paper and doesn't build anything. Orange man always bad. They don't want Trump to move the cheese, because the wine and cheese Democrats have been living too high on the hog. They don't represent blue-collar America anymore. They represent elite education populations. Why? Because that's where the money is.
The homeless encampments, the druggies, instead of cleaning up the city, instead of thanking him for that, they're saying, President Trump, how dare you save our lives? How dare you save our children? How dare you save our city? The Democrat Party, Sean, that exists today.
Now think about this. The Democratic Party, what do they represent? Climate change. The world's going to end if we don't bring down the population of human beings. We have to have less carbon footprint. Meanwhile, they're moving their stocks into, moving their money into BlackRock for green technology and ESGs. All right. They hate life. They hate life. And then you look at these people, the ones that, vote Democrat, the blue hair, they have lots of piercings and tattoos, and they all know better with their humanities degree in gender studies. They know better. They're not productive citizens. And they hate humanity. They want to continue to kill in utero. And you just look at them. Just look at them. They are disgusting looking. Would you want some of these people to come and visit your parents? Hey, Mom, this is Susie, the liberal. Would you want that? Would you really want that your mother to see that crap? They hate life.
It disgusts me. I do not recognize that party, Sean.
I don't recognize it, but the reality is you cannot pursue happiness in this country. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. You can't pursue happiness if you don't have the prerequisite of law and order and
you can't pursue happiness if you hate everything. They hate everything. And then they don't realize that they're destroying society in the process. I mean, this is way beyond like the hippie movement during the 60s. Right? At least they were relatively fit. You look at some of these people that are, rioting or protesting in the streets, these liberal agendas, and they take off their clothes and all this stuff. Do you really want to see that shit? Do you really want to see that? It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I don't know if they bathed in the last, 10 days. It's just, liberal people are disgusting.
They are not providing it. Now, my understanding of the Supremacy Clause, that would then be the jurisdiction of the federal government. Your take?
Absolutely, Sean. And first of all, thank you for making this basic point. You can't have happiness without security first. Look, if your streets are more violent, as these Democrat cities are.
It starts with changing the mindset. Liberals hate life. You have to change that mindset. Once you start embracing life, then society can flourish. All right? It's not just clean the streets and then you're going to change the mindset of the liberal. No. You have to break this hate of life.
Violent than Baghdad. More violent than communities in Ethiopia and places that many Americans would never even dream of visiting. Some of the most dangerous places on planet Earth. It's more dangerous than Mexico City. Democrat cities are more dangerous than Mexico City, which is run by criminal cartels. How can you pursue happiness, Sean? And to the point about the federal government and the Supremacy Clause, the president has the utmost authority here because he oversees federal law enforcement, which is supreme to state and local law enforcement. And all of these organized street gangs that are terrorizing these cities, that are dealing these drugs, that are trafficking in weapons, that are engaging in organized theft, armed robbery, carjacking, all of them are doing business with, at some level or another, the transnational narco trafficking organizations. So these street crews are engaged in material support for terrorism, which is the core function of the federal government to defend and protect. Well, President Trump has literally set the people of Washington, D.C. free. They're so happy now that they can just go out and live their lives, go to their favorite restaurant, go to their favorite bar, go to their favorite pool hall, go to their favorite park. You see moms taking kids out to parks they haven't been to in years because they know the police are there. They know that President Trump is there with his law enforcement to protect them. It's a thing of beauty, Sean. But I would say to the mayor of all these Democrat cities, like Chicago, what you are doing to your own citizens is evil. Subjecting your own citizens to this constant bloodbath and then rejoicing in it is evil. And you should praise God every single day that President Trump is in the White House.
If he's going to encourage people to take to the streets over this, I will say anything that happens, he will be responsible for. I did not like his comments. Stephen Miller, good to see you. Thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where
All right, let's listen into how they're blocking Trump's nominees for, I think, the federal court.
Joining me on the other side of the aisle, Senator James Lankford. So let's pick up there, Senator, with this idea of this sanctions package, the idea of enforcement, especially when it involves third-party countries. Will it work, and are Republicans going to wait for a signal from the White House to go ahead and pull that trigger, or at this point it's veto-proof, do you just move it forward?
Well, right now we want to put as many tools in the president's hands as he possibly wants or needs in the toolbox to be able to put an end to this war. I mean, we go back just in the last 15 years, we've got the Russian invasion of Crimea under President Obama, then Russia doesn't move forward under President Trump in the first administration, and then literally President Joe Biden says it depends on how far Russia invades Ukraine, whether we'll engage more. Russia then takes that as a signal, moves into Ukraine, back into President Trump's time period now, and they're not advancing. Trump is trying to be able to end this war. Let's get as many tools in his hands as he possibly could use to be able to bring an end to the bloodshed there.
Well, you know, many of your colleagues have said that this president has been, and meaning Democrat colleagues, he's been too deferential to Putin. He's said time and time again, we'll know in a week, we'll know in 2 weeks. This is the red line. And they're waiting to see the hammer drop on Putin. This is what Max Boot writes over at the Washington Post. He says, Putin's diplomatic offensive is merely creating breathing space for his troops to continue their war of aggression. Thus, the latest peace talks, far from ending the killing, are actually perpetuating it. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's so interesting. Every time President Trump tries to move to do something to try to end the war, Democrats will say it's not enough or it's the wrong thing. Joe Biden was not moving to be able to end this war. President Trump is actively moving to be able to end this war and to use every piece of leverage he can. He's dealing with a war criminal, thug, former KGB agent that is Putin. Putin does not want to end this war. He is the aggressor in this war and will continue to be able to push until he's pushed back. We're providing the weapon systems. We're providing the ability for Ukraine to be able to fight back. President Trump has brought together a remarkable group of European leaders all in one massive meeting in the White House to be able to talk about how can all of Europe be more involved in trying to be able to end this war, not just supply weapons to be able to help Ukraine perpetuate it, but how do we actually bring an end to it and have Ukraine as a standing sovereign nation at the end of it that continue to function. So Ukraine, as is mentioned, as you mentioned before on this, and your reporter mentioned, they've been a sovereign nation since 1991. They're just celebrating their independence. They have one of the largest prayer gatherings in their nation's history that is coming up actually this week. So they're fighting, they're praying, they're working towards maintaining their independence, and we should stand with them.
Okay, that's, we will continue to track every twist and turn and maybe find out more about those security guarantees in a couple of days, what they would look like. Meantime, you got a lot of fights waiting for you when you come back from the August recess here in the Senate. There's going to be this funding fight with the threat of a potential government shutdown if there's not new funding by the end of September.
Democrats have said, some of them, they think that's their best leverage they've had in this second Trump administration so far, that looming fight. You're going to reintroduce a bill that would handle government shutdown. So tell us what it would do. And won't you need Democrats to get it past a filibuster? Because I don't know that they sound like they'd be supportive.
Yeah, it is just this crazy, silly season in the Senate right now, trying to be able to get to legislation. Democrats have blocked all of our nominees and for President Trump and the confirmation there, all of them. This has literally never happened before, that every single one of them has been filibustered, which when we're working through the nomination process, that means you can't actually get to legislation to actually do that part of our work as well, because they've slowed down all the nomination process. Now we've got to be able to finish all of the appropriation bills, 12 of them, by the 30th of September. We're not going to be able to get to all of those. We're out of time to be able to do it. So we're going to have some kind of continuing resolution to keep the government open. I've worked across the aisle for years on this. I have a bill called that prevents government shutdowns. It is very simple. It is quite frankly something my mom would have taught me years ago. That is, if you don't finish your work in class, you got to stay after to be able to continue your work. This just basically says if we get to the end of the fiscal year, we don't have all the appropriation bills done, you got to stay in session continuously 7 days a week, and you can only work on appropriation bills until we actually get those things done. It locks us in the classroom and says stay at work until you actually finish this part of it, and you can't work on other things on it. It puts pressure on Congress where it needs to be. We need to end government shutdowns and the drama of this, but we absolutely need to have the fight on debt and deficit. With $37 trillion of total debt as a nation, let's have the fight about budget, but let's not have it during a government shutdown.
So the lockdown, the staying here 7 days a week, the working on only appropriations, I questioned whether Democrats would get involved with that. Will all your Republican colleagues vote for that?
Oh, not only have my Republican colleagues vote for it, it has been in our conference rules that we approve of this for the last 6 years. Every single year, we have come up and said we want to end government shutdowns. We want to stop this drama. My dance partner on this is Maggie Hassan, Democrat from New Hampshire. That she and I actually wrote this bill together. It has had Democratic support on this. It puts the pressure where the pressure needs to be. No one goes home. No one moves to other things. We've got to be able to finish up appropriation bills. That's the basic work of the Senate. And right now, Democrats are working to keep us on confirmation and nominations to prevent us to get from all the basic other constitutional work that has got to be done. We've got to do both on this. We got to finish the fight on confirmation. That may mean fighting to change the rules there. We're working to be able to find a way to be able to get this right. But then also we've got to be able to get to our basic rule of actually getting appropriations work done.
All right, Senator, before you go, I got to ask you about this. What about the Sunshine Protection Act? We all want to know whether there's bipartisan support. We could finally get this across the finish line where we're not changing our clocks twice a year anymore. Is there any hope?
I am all in. This is something I fought for. People made fun of me 4 years ago to be able to sponsor a bill that says we're going to get rid of time change on this. I have to tell you my favorite story. I'm in a Veterans Day parade years ago. A veteran deep in his 80s stands up watching the parade, comes to me in the parade route, shakes my hand in the middle of the parade route and says, "Before I die, will you get rid of time change?" I hate it. I have to tell you, moms don't like it. Farmers.
I don't know. I don't really care about time change either way. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley, when you do resistance training, it's going to help you build muscle. It's a high-density protein. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filter water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But take it every day and do resistance training. Now, what it'll do is help to build that muscle, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, and help to detoxify your body. Now, detoxifying your body is going to help with your immune system, get your organ systems performing better, like your liver and your kidney and your brain, your vascular system. By bringing down inflammation, you're helping your vascular system. You're reducing plaque formation. You'll be able to recover from your workout because you're reducing that inflammation. By bringing down chronic inflammation, you're helping with your joints and also your immune system. So Gladiator Barley is really powerful stuff. It's going to help you build muscle, detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals. Now it stacks really well with Myotrol. Now Myotrol has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to be able to help with the gene expression to build muscle. Now when you get older, you start to methylate genes. When you methylate genes, genes start to shut off or express less. Well, Myotrol reverses that. It helps you to do the gene expression that you need to build muscle. Now, gladiator barley is the high density protein as the building blocks to build that muscle. So you stack them together, very powerful stack to build muscle. Now, you don't need to be an Arnold Schwarzenegger, but by building up muscle and doing resistance training, you're reducing atrophy, you're slowing down the aging process, and you're helping to increase the density of your bones. So if you look at this from a holistic point of view, you're better off following a holistic protocol where it's proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation and stacking, proper sleep, learning new things. When you do all this on a continuous basis, on a regular basis, you're going to be able to slow down the aging process. This is what I do. It works. I'm in my 50s. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the gladiator barley, get the Myotrol, stack them together, a powerful stack to build muscle. And by doing resistance training, balancing exercises, stretching exercises, and doing some cardio, you're going to be able to get your body healthy. Again, gladiator barley is also helping with detoxifying your body, bringing down that inflammation, and bringing down free radicals. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Alrighty. I want to play Victor Hansen here.
Roku Ads Manager puts Roku's reach within your reach. Sign up at ads.roku.com.
We have over a decade of proprietary case data for when you're up against big insurance companies. Love the smarter way to win your personal injury case.
Last week, the FBI, under the aegis of the Department of Justice, raided John Bolton, the former national security advisor to Donald Trump during his first term. And they raided his home and his house. And they took away documents which allegedly the target of the raid were these documents. Bolton was not arrested. He was not indicted. There was no effort aimed at him personally. But the accusation apparently was that he had removed classified documents. So now the question is, did they go in to get these documents because they were on a revenge tour, retribution against Bolton, because he's been all over left-wing cable news, specifically CNN and, more importantly, MSNBC. I think more likely there's something there, or two federal judges would not have given permission to look.
I'll tell you, the person that has the best soundtrack as they segue into their talk is Hansen here.
Hello, this is Victor Davis Hansen for the Daily Signal. Last week, the FBI, under the aegis of the Department of Justice, raided John Bolton, the former national security advisor to Donald Trump during his first term. And they raided his home and his house. And they took away documents which allegedly the target of the raid were these documents. Bolton was not arrested. He was not indicted. There was no effort aimed at him personally, but
home and house? I think he meant office. It was office and home.
Accusation apparently was that he had removed classified documents. Almost immediately, the left and the Never Trump right said, see, we told you Donald Trump is on a revenge tour.
It was Brennan, and then Clapper, then Comey. He'll go after Fauci. Anybody that doesn't have a pardon is fair game. But there's more to the story than that. In 2019, when Trump...
Of course, if people are working behind the scenes with the deep state to try to circumvent President Trump or even candidate Trump and doing the lawfare and all this stuff, of course, if he gets back into power, don't you think that they're going to say in the public arena that there's going to be revenge on us because we were just telling, a particular narrative? But they were the ones that were actually complicit in trying to take down his administration. They were complicit in Russiagate. They were complicit with the lawfare. They were complicit in trying to slow walk policies during his first administration. Because they know they did things illegal. So they try to spin it that they know they did things illegal. Like Adam Schiff and all them, right? They know they did things illegal. McCabe, Hillary, all right? They know. Brenner. Is it Brenner or Brennan? Brennan. And when the government goes after them, if the DOJ goes after them, if the FBI goes after them, they're going to say in the public, this is just revenge. But yet, they actually did something illegal. That's the issue here.
Hired John Bolton as National Security Advisor. He was writing a book, and he sold that book on the premise that he had been in the room. The title was essentially, This Happened in the Room. What happened in the room? And he took prodigious notes. So he was supposed to be this anti-Trump high-level appointee and famous in the conservative circles as a war hawk and interventionist, but he had intimate knowledge about...
But I think that Hansen is missing a key feature. I'm sure in the FBI warrant that the judge allowed for them to investigate his mustache because I am sure that the deep state is in there.
Donald Trump function abroad with major allies and enemies and rivals and neutrals, and how he was at home. And he wrote this damning book, memoir about Trump. The Trump DOJ said he's just trying to write this right during the campaign season, and he's a surrogate for the Biden campaign and his bitterness. He's angry. But more importantly, he is using this classified information through the filter of the notes he took. And he's going to hurt U.S. national security. So they filed, the DOJ, a motion to stop the publication. The book was almost out. A federal judge at Lambert looked at it, and he basically said, well, I can't really stop the book. It's going to be released in a few days. But in kind of a rare excursus, he said, John Bolton, you're doing something wrong. You are violating likely national security laws, and if you don't stop, you'll be subject at some point to criminal prosecution. And then he let it rest. Then the DOJ kept investigating. Donald Trump lost the election. During the transition, they looked at it, the Biden transition, when Biden came.
Bolton was betting that Trump would never come back. That's what Bolton, he was betting. He went to Las Vegas and he bet it. He bet that Trump was going to lose. But guess what? Karma's a bitch. And Trump's back in office. And then all of a sudden, people are looking underneath the rugs. And they're starting to realize the deep staters were trying to do a major takedown. This is going to get worse.
Into office, they dropped it by June, 6 months. So now the question is, did they go in to get these documents last week because they were on a revenge tour, retribution against Bolton, because he's been all over left-wing cable news, specifically CNN and, more importantly, MSNBC, and he's been blasting Donald Trump on everything. The Iran bombing, the Ukraine war, using
a lot of times with these politicians or advisors, when they scream a lot, when they're complaining a lot about someone, maybe they're really complaining about themselves and they're just projecting. Maybe. I think so. We continue with Hanson.
Groups in Washington, and therefore he made himself a target. And this is old hat that he says. Everybody has adjudicated this. There's two things to watch to see whether Bolton is accurate. But I would, before I finish by talking about those two criteria, I will say that when Donald Trump's home was raided on August 9, 2022, John Bolton spoke out and he said,
what did John Bolton say? Let's see.
Let's not prejudge you, basically, you pro-Trumpers. Let's just let all the evidence, be seen before we make snap judges, meaning, he's probably guilty. But more importantly, then he said Donald Trump was just anything that came across his desk. He saw French fries, he got them. He saw classified documents, he did, just because he could. And then on another occasion, he has no respect for classification, and that's a lie that he personally classified these. So he was very critical of anybody who objected to what he thinks was an FBI legitimate raid on Mar-a-Lago. Now it's ironic. We'll see if he uses the same tropes and themes to protect himself in the way that he blasted Trump about a similar raid. But what we're looking at is to see if it was justified or whether it was vengeful. And if it's just about an old matter 4 years ago that the Biden administration, for political reasons, dropped, but a federal judge said, you know what, there's something there, but it was dropped, to go back and rehash that, I don't think it's going to be worth it. And maybe it was a vengeful shot across the bow to Bolton. He probably wouldn't be charged, but also to other people like Comey and Clapper and Brennan, Fauci, Mark Miller, all of you, be careful. You've done something wrong and we're going to investigate you, and that's going to cost you a lot of money for legal counsel. That would not be good if that were true. But here's why I don't think it's quite like that. To get the FBI's permission to go into the Bolton home, you had to have two different federal judges examine the request, the permission to enter the Bolton home and office, and they did get it. And they're disinterested third parties. Second, why did the Biden administration drop this investigation? They never even told us. And apparently,
because the Biden administration, with the Obama administration, in the Hillary campaign, and individuals that tangential to the deep state and the ones that are in the deep state, all colluded to try to take down Trump. It's really simple. So Biden was trying to just, everything's okay. Don't worry about it. Trump is out of office now. You'll be okay. We're not going to investigate anymore. Thank you for your service, John Bolton, even though you're from the other side of the aisle. No. We need to hold these people accountable. For sure. They broke the law. For sure.
They dropped it because Bolton had become an ally of the left, and they did not want to put it in legal jeopardy. And third and finally, there were leaks, rumors that the FBI went in there not to examine the old.
It turns out that there are two fundamental ways of looking at the world, and I think we picked the wrong one.
Not to examine the old charges of his notes that were used to improperly to write his critical anti-Trump book, but because there had been allegations for a long time that John Bolton transferred classified information. That doesn't mean he downloaded in attachments necessarily CIA or FBI analyses or national security assessments. It just meant that he was trying to transfer some information that he should not to his family, as if he could evade surveillance by intelligence authorities of any impropriety. If he did that, and he actually, as some of the rumors say, then it's a different story. That would be new information, and that would mean that John Bolton, maybe to write his notes, maybe to enhance his career as a consultant or a think tanker or as an author or just a gadfly, was going back and looking at things that transpired during his first term service. It was only a year, but nevertheless, to chronicle it, he didn't just write it down in his notebook, which could be found and subpoenaed, but he sent emails to particular people, namely his family, to memorialize that. If that's true, he has legal jeopardy. So it's either likely something that should not have happened, a vengeful tour, revenge tour, retribution, payback. I think more likely there's something there, or two, as I said, two federal judges would not have given permission to look. And if he did transfer files that were classified, the penalties fall under the Espionage Act, and they can be over 20 years, can be over 10 to 20 years in imprisonment. So we'll see what's going to happen. But meanwhile, the left is alleging retribution, and the Trump DOJ and FBI said, just hold it, hold it, hold it. Wait till you read the actual request for an intervention or so-called raid, and let's see what we found, and then make an assessment. Thank you very much. This is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60, you can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. By taking a teaspoon a day, every day, preferably on an empty stomach, like in the morning, you're soaking up free radicals, you're helping reduce the stress in the cell and in your tissues, and your tissues and cells will perform better. By soaking up free radicals, you're improving the mitochondrial health and boosting up ATP levels. That's really important to slowing down the aging process and getting those cells to perform better. So you have lots of ATP. Also, when you soak up free radicals at the basal layer of your skin, you're improving your skin. When you're soaking free radicals in your vascular system, you're reducing plaque formation. When you soak up free radicals in your neurons, you're improving your mitochondrial health in the neuron, reducing stress in the neuron, helping the health of the myelin sheath, and the neurons will be able to have the energy it needs to create the neurotransmitters so you have positive neuroplasticity. So your neuron network is healthier. Your neurons are healthier, and your neural network is healthier. And by coupling that with proper diet, proper exercise, you're slowing down this aging process. It'll help with your immune system and your endocrine system. So take C60 every day. C60 is a carbon molecule of 60 carbons. It is 1,000 times more potent than a molecule of vitamin C. And it's going to soak up those free radicals, all right? It's going to neutralize those free radicals. What's unique about C60 is it's what with C60 is that it has an electron valence shell where the electrons are floating around, right? And it will be able to neutralize these free radicals, which vitamin C doesn't have. It only can neutralize one free radical, not 1,000 or hundreds of free radicals. So this is the reason why it's so potent. I've been taking this since 2016. You will notice after a year that you're slowing down the aging process. Visibly see it in the mirror. But you have to couple it with also proper diet and exercise, proper supplementation, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, control your blood glucose levels. Those are all very important. Now, taking this every day is part of the core protocol. Remember the foundation, multivitamin, and a probiotic. And then there's 4 pillars. The first pillar is the Max 35, Max 14 or cleanse. The second pillar is C60. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. Make sure you take a teaspoon a day every day. And you'll also notice within about a 2.5 month period, that your immune system is getting better, your endocrine system is getting better. Some people even have better eyesight. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60 either in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. I want to play this guy. His name's Gary. He's an interesting guy, all right? He was one of the most profitable traders at Citibank in London. And he's formally educated at the London School of Economics. So he's a smart guy, but he comes from a poor background. So he has a very thick accent, so you have to listen very carefully, right? But he's a smart guy, but he's not as polished as other people of higher means. But he's hitting on something that is happening in the UK. Now, the reason why I'm playing him on this show is what is transpiring in England and in the UK with the Bank of England and just the overall economy and inflation. I think it's going to set in motion a larger event around the world. So pay attention to the UK. Right? A lot of people are just paying attention to what's happening in the United States. Pay attention to something in the UK. It's brewing. Now, there is the economy and how it can cause a contagion because of the banking industry. That's one. There's the higher inflation and the debt-laden society. So not just from an economic point of view, but a social cohesion problem where there is a discontent that is starting to happen in England. So I'm looking at it through a lens that is economic and also a lens that is social cohesion. All right.
Wouldn't it be nice if work was just smooth? It can be. With Zoho, the smoothest, easiest, coolest CRM.
Is trying to understand what we need. And in doing so, I have
He has a very thick accent, so you have to listen carefully.
Okay, welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to predict the UK budget 2.5 months in advance. Okay, so I was going to do a video this week about how to convince your friends we need wealth taxes. But I'm going to push that back to next week because something has happened in the last 1 week, 2 weeks that I think is sufficiently important that we need to talk about it now so that we can get ahead of it in advance of the UK budget. All right, so for those of you who don't know, the UK budget comes once a year. It's normally about the end of October, so it's not going to happen for another 2.5, 3 months. When it happens, there's always a stupid media show, and we always have an argument here where I say, I'm not covering the budget because it's a waste of time, nothing important happens. But this year, I think something very, very interesting is going to happen in the UK budget, and I think it's important we get ahead of it. If you are watching not from the UK, this is going to be very, very relevant for you as well, because what is happening in the UK budget is a good way of understanding a massive thing that is happening, not just in the UK, but in every country in the Western world, and what's happening here will happen in your country very, very soon. Okay, so as you know, one of the big goals of Gary's Economics summer-autumn season 2025 is I'm trying to infiltrate elite UK institutions because I think we're going to need some level of support from elite institutions in order to get the wealth taxes that we need. So in the last month, really, but especially the last 2 weeks, I've been cycling all around Westminster, meeting lots and lots of different people, trying to see whether we can get support for wealth taxes, trying to understand what we need. And in doing so, I have learned a little bit about what is going to happen in the UK budget. Now, usually, when I was a trader, I always found it interesting how the UK budgets were often really not particularly market relevant. They didn't really move the markets. And what that means, in my opinion, is basically nothing very important happens and policy very rarely changes in the budget. But we, I think, are going to see some really interesting things in the budget this year. And the big top line picture is that there are going to be significant increases on taxation of the middle class. And when I say the middle class, I mean in the British sense, which confusingly is kind of the top 20%, but not the top 1%. Now, this is very interesting because the UK Labour government came into power on a very strong promise that we are not going to raise any taxes. And yet now, just 1 year into that government, it looks like we are probably going to get a significant increase in taxes, which will probably be extremely politically disastrous for this already very unpopular government.
Now,
So
the reason why it's important and how you can see this in the United States, if we don't get the productivity gains from AI that is projected, there's going to be a higher probability of stagflation. And when we do have that, and bond yields start to go up, and we roll our sovereign debt to higher yields year after year after year, and you have these social programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security being given out to the baby boomers as they retire, it's going to break the back of the camel, and they're going to have to raise taxes.
Government that is already very unpopular and promised not to raise taxes, going to raise taxes on the middle class. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we're going to do basically a description of what it means to run your wealth down. You overspend your income such that your wealth deteriorates, which is basically what the governments have been doing in the UK, the US, and really all across the Western world, especially since the 80s. And I want to understand how that provides the context of how you reach a point where the government basically has no choice but to sort of go for certain groups in society. And we're going to use that through the example of an individual person, which is maybe not the perfect example, but I think it does describe what's happening, and it's important context why the government is doing what's doing now. Okay, so let's say, like the government in the post-war period, you start off with a lot of wealth. So let's say £1 million. If you have £1 million of wealth, you're going to get some income from that wealth. So you normally make about 5%. So if you have £1 million of wealth, then you're going to make something like £50,000 a year in your wealth income, your passive income from your wealth. Government also has like its income from taxation, which the equivalent for a person is a work income. Let's make that 50k as well, keep this nice and simple. We've got good income, 50k a year, wealth income 50k, work income 50k, but your policy is you're going to run this wealth down. You're going to spend more than your income. So instead of spending 100k, which is your income, you're going to spend 200k. A bit more there, right? So spending more. And then obviously the consequence of spending more on your income is that your wealth goes down. So next year you have only 900k, well, less than $1 million. And obviously because your wealth is less now, your passive income from wealth is now less. So instead of making 50k, you're going to make only 45k. The work income is the same. I'm going to drop these pound signs to make it a bit clearer. You should be a bit worried because your income's less now, but you're intentionally planning to run this wealth down. So let's run it down a bit more, and you're going to keep spending 200k. What happens then is, of course, that your wealth falls again. And because your income is less now, your wealth falls not just by 100k, but 105k. So now you go down to 795k. And your wealth income falls even further. This now falls another 5k plus a little bit more. So this drops to just 39.75k. This stays the same. Your spending stays the same because you keep running it down. And next year, this falls, see this fall was 105. This fall was just 100. This fall is 105. And now you're going to fall just over 110. It's like 110 point something.
and it's going to drop down to 6, 8, 4 point something. And what you should see is that the wealth is not only falling over time, but the speed of the wealth fall is falling. So your wealth is falling in an accelerated way, which is kind of worrying. You can keep running this down, and eventually you'll hit zero. Once your wealth hits zero, which we kind of hit, we were in this kind of period after 2008, before the COVID crisis. Now your wealth income is zero. Your work income is 50. But it's hard now, right? Because you're used to spending 200 a year. And especially we hit this point in COVID where even though our wealth, the government wealth had fallen to effectively zero, we had to keep spending because of COVID. We used to spending 200 a year.
Now,
so
everyone knows that I've covered COVID in detail, all right? But and I said that the reason why it was released was to hurt the Trump administration and potentially take out President Xi. And there were multiple releases, right? Going all the way back to August of 2019, all right? But the one that took hold was November. Now, what is interesting is during this period of time, there was quantitative tightening, not quantitative easing. Banks wanted to move stuff off the balance sheet. And when you do that, that's going to affect yield prices. I'm adding to something about the era that we went through. The COVID release was to shut down two things: population growth and slow down quantitative tightening.
We kept spending, and in fact, in COVID, we started to spend even more. But we started to overspend even with no wealth left, and we started to run into debt. Which means after COVID, you're in a kind of situation where your wealth goes down as far as, say, minus 500, in this example. Then your wealth income can become negative. Like, not only do you have no wealth, but you have to pay interest on your debt to the rich. So now this is minus 25. Your work income is still 50, but you want to spend 200, but eventually the people who are lending you this money, which is rich people, they start seeing, well, if this keeps going down, we're not getting any real wealth anymore. All we're getting is debt interest. Eventually, if we keep lending these guys money, they're not going to be able to pay it back. Eventually, you hit this floor where the rich refuse to keep lending you this money, and suddenly you cannot do this anymore. You cannot overspend your income because you have no more wealth to sell. You're not allowed to borrow any more money. So
and at the aggregate level, when there's enough people doing this, there's a tipping point and you have massive deflation. So you have over time, over many decades, if not over 100 years, a inflation of the currency, and there's some ebb and flow, but an overall movement of inflating the currency and inflating the economy. And then eventually it reaches a certain point where it's not sustainable. And this debt spiral starts to happen, and it forces deflation. Now think about it. Who benefits? The rich have the money in assets that will benefit from the inflation. When you print money, asset prices go up, housing and equities. The rich will have more on paper, more money, all right? If they are smart, they get out at the right time, sell their assets. But, all right, now they have money that's inflated. So let's say they sell in a perfect situation at the peak, and they move it into cash, all right? And then now, so the market starts to tank and there's deflation. Now, as there's real deflation taking place, the value of the dollars actually increase. If you have money and there's deflation, the value of each dollar is worth more. That's what the rich are doing to you.
You have to bring this into balance.
This deflationary, this this debt spiral that leads to deflation is no different than confiscation of gold by the government. The rich are accumulating energy capacity in the inflation of the asset. They get out. There's a deflationary spiral because of the debt spiral of the middle class. And each dollar that they accumulated is worth more. So Bezos, Elon Musk will be rich even more. Even if the stock, let's say they move most of their money, sell most of their stock, and they keep it in dollars, but they have some in stock. Even if all the stock went to zero, the amount of money that they've accumulated in cash in a deflationary spiral will actually be worth more.
You can spend is 50 minus 25, which is 25. So you have to suddenly aggressively drop your spending. Now, obviously, this is a stylized example to exaggerate what's happening. But what I want to point out here is that this naivety to the aggressive falls in government wealth leads to a situation where obviously, inevitably, eventually, you will run out of wealth and you will have to aggressively reduce your spending. And this is true not just of governments, it's also true of what's happened to the working class. It's obvious to be reminded of what happened during, for example, the sale of the council houses. If you sell your assets, and those assets are not accumulated by the public, but are accumulated by the rich, you will eventually hit a point where you have to aggressively reduce your spending. And when that happens, what are you going to do?
Now, take a look at it from the government point of view. So there's three players here: the rich, the poor, and the government. All right? Now, the government is also losing out and needing to borrow money. And eventually it gets to the point where it can't spend anymore, and it has to spend less because it can't finance anymore. What programs are going to be lost? Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. Who do those help? The middle class and the poor. So not only did the middle class lose out during the debt spiral and the deflation, but the social programs are gone because the government can't afford it. And all of the money has been transferred, not all, but most of the money has been transferred over to the uber wealthy.
And we will talk about those options now. All right, so now let's get like a fresh sheet. All right, so now we want to talk about what the government can do. And for a long time, the government was basically funding its spending by borrowing more or selling assets. In either cases, you're running your wealth down. Now, the UK government has hit the point where this is not an option, and other governments in the Western world will hit this point very soon. That leaves you with basically
borrowing more or reducing. Now, before we continue on with his lecture, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including forever chemicals, and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take it with filtered water. Make sure that you clean your environment in your home. Stay away from processed foods and make sure that filtered water is clean. But by taking 3 small drops underneath your tongue and drinking the filtered water, doing that daily, you're helping with your immune system, your endocrine system. You're detoxifying the body, the cells, the tissues, the organ systems, even your neurons. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the zeolite. If you want a heavier detox, take 10 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, do that every day until the bottle is done. Do that once or twice a year. But I recommend to do it every day, the 3-drop method, because you want to do this maintenance on a daily basis to detoxify your body. You will also notice that joint health will improve, and your overall endocrine system and your immune system will be in homeostasis. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the zeolite. We are bombarded by toxins in our environment and in the food that we eat. It's important to get them out. Another thing that I want you to do is stay away from, try to reduce plastic exposure with foods that you are putting in the microwave. If you put foods in the microwave that have plastic in it, you're degrading some of that plastic microscopically, and it's getting into the food and you're ingesting it. There's been research that came out from Europe that shows that early onset of dementia increases with nano and microplastics accumulating in brain tissue. That means that nano and microplastics are getting through the blood-brain barrier. Also, there's an accumulation in your heart of nanoplastics and microplastics in your kidneys and in your liver. Now, these are things that you can't get rid of. You can't get rid of them. So it's important that you stay away from warm plastics with your food. All right? So pay attention to that. Now, I'm concerned that many people are going to start having early onset of dementia in the United States, around the world actually, but it's especially in the United States. Part of it is environmental. Part of it is poor cardiovascular health. And part of it is the crisis that we went through in 2020, either through the inoculation or through the pathogen. It's going to happen to many people in your social network. Family, friends, coworkers. You're gonna see individuals getting early onset of dementia or Parkinsonian type issues in their 40s. So you need to mitigate the problems the best that you can. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. But it's important to detoxify your body. So you and approach this in a holistic way to slow down the aging process and to mitigate some of the issues that are taking place.
Things you can do. Number one, and the thing which we constantly campaign for, is tax the rich. Don't tax the workers, tax the super rich. These are the guys who have the assets now. These are the guys who have the government wealth now. These are the guys who have the working class wealth now and are getting the middle class wealth. This is what I constantly campaign for. You should tax the rich. But our government, most Western governments, are extremely reluctant to do it. So what other options do you have? Number two is you tax the poor. Now, for a long time after World War II, ordinary people, the working class people, poorer people, did have some wealth, but that's gone now. There's no way you can tax these guys more. There's nothing to take. You cannot tax an empty bucket. No wealth here, that's not possible. Number three is you can try to slash the welfare state. Now, obviously, here in the UK, we had 14 years of what is called austerity, conservative austerity. If you're watching from the US, you're moving into your slash the welfare state period now. It doesn't feel great for the poor, but there's a degree to which you can do it. We've already done it loads in the UK. The UK government, the Labour government now tried to do that earlier this year. They wanted to slash spending on disabled people, and their own politicians basically blocked it, which means now Labour does not have this option. Which means you are left with only one possible option other than tax the rich, which is to tax the middle class. And when I say the middle class, I mean that in the UK sense, which is basically higher earning workers or non-super rich asset owners. And if you watch our video, the squeeze out, you will see that this is basically what happens. But if you allow these wealthy people to rapidly grow their share of the pie, first, the poor loses their assets, Then the government loses their assets and the welfare state goes, and then you are left finally with this choice that our UK government has now, your government will have very soon, which is you only have two options. Do you tax the rich or do you tax the middle class? And I'm here campaigning for tax the rich, but the truth is most governments at the moment seem to feel like their only option is to tax the middle class. So that is what you'll get. That's what we will get in October, and that's what you will get in your country very soon.
In the United States, what are we hearing? If you tax the rich, you're going to be pushing out investment, and and you're going to prevent trickle down economics and all this stuff. But another thing that he hasn't mentioned yet, and I'm sure he does it on other videos, the rich, by having so much wealth, has more voting power through lobbying their parliament or lobbying Congress. So in the United States, lobbying Congress. Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, the oil industry, the big pharma industry, they have much more sway in how legislation is made and bills are passed than the average American citizen. Why? Because money talks. The more money you have, the more lobbying power you have. So if you tax the rich, you're reducing their power. So they will say something like, well, there's not enough money. If you tax the wealthy, there's not enough money to fill the hole. That's not the point. It's to reduce the power imbalance. That's the reason why you need to tax the rich. I'm not sure that he focuses so much on the power imbalance.
This is a very important moment for you and for the country, okay? Billionaire-owned media will try to portray this taxing of the middle class, of richer people, as a battle between the middle class and the poor. They do not want you to realize that the reason the middle class are being taxed is because the government is aggressively, stubbornly, and stupidly unwilling to tax the rich. A battle is going to continue here.
And the reason why is because of lobbying. That's why. Rich people have power. You take away their money, you take away their power.
Been going on already for a long time, which is that the poor and the working class are being bankrupted. The welfare state is being shut down. In the absence of taxation of the rich, the middle class will inevitably be eaten next. You cannot have an aggressively expanding wealth of the very rich in economies that are not growing quickly without gradually displacing.
And another important feature to this is, how did the wealthy get their money? The Federal Reserve lowers rates, inflates the currency, asset prices go up, home prices go up, equities go up, and the rich get richer. The actual value of the company that they invested in does grow, grow to a certain amount, depending on what they invested in, but doesn't grow 20 times earnings. So things are traded at multiples way above book value. So the real economy is growing at a certain pace, 2.5%, 3%, sometimes 5% in some eras, but not 20%, not 15%. But stock prices for certain companies could go up that high or more. So if you have invested in that company in equities and it went up 25%, but the real economy only grew 2.5%, but it grew at a multiple higher than book value because of more money floating around for investment. And where'd that new floating money come from? That liquidity? From the Federal Reserve lowering rates and inflating your currency. So by inflating the currency, by lowering rates, see, The Federal Reserve is saying, we're worried about unemployment. We're going to lower rates so you can have a mortgage, so you can pay easier on your credit cards. So it lessens the stress on the consumer. So loans are paid to the banks, so the banks aren't stressed. And when they're doing that, when they're lowering the rate, asset prices in the stock market start to go up. And it's going up faster than the real economy because everything's traded on a multiple, like 12 times, 15 times, 25 times earnings. So there's liquidity in the market that raises the asset prices, and that movement is a shadow of the effects of inflation. So the rich got rich because they inflated the currency and put themselves in a position to benefit from that inflation, while the poor couldn't do that. So when someone says that tax the rich is a bad thing because it's going to hurt the economy, no, it's not going to hurt the economy. What you're doing is that you're actually taking these obscene gains because of inflation of the currency and moving it back to the middle class and the poor to be able to offset that inflation.
Every single other section of society, including the middle class, if you do not get systems in place such that you can tax the very rich whilst their wealth is aggressively growing, every single group of society, including the middle class, will be destroyed. But what the rich want to do is to separate out the middle class so that the middle class form an alliance with the rich and think that if we simply support and stand by the rich for long enough, we will be protected whilst all of the pain will be felt by the poor. That is not going to happen. If the middle class...
He's bringing an interesting point because you see this in the United States. So the middle class, right? So you have poor, middle class in the normal purist strata. Poor, middle class, rich. But in reality, you have poor, you have middle class and upper middle class, and then you have rich and uber rich. So the rich are going to try to align with themselves with the uber rich, and the upper middle class is going to try to align themselves with the rich to just try to be protected. And you're seeing this because if you're a private business owner and that you're in that strata of upper middle class, you're going to try to push for less taxation. But it's really the uber rich that you need to go after.
An alliance with the poor, they will be eaten by the rich, basically by the virtue of maths and compound interest. The poor have been for a long time. The government is being destroyed next. The government has nothing left now. There is only two options available now. Either you tax the rich, or you allow the rich to eat the middle class. I'm here speaking now to the middle class of Britain, to the middle class of countries across the Western world. What choice do you want? Whose side are you going to be on? Are you going to support the rich, who will outcompete you and your kids for the things that you need, for housing, for financial security? Or are you going to stand with the working classes of your countries to protect the wealth that your grandparents and your great-grandparents fought so hard to get for the ordinary people of the UK and the country in which you live? Listen, you're going to hear a lot about this in October. I'm telling you right here, right now, October is going to be another big step in a class warfare that has been going on for a long time. And the people who are winning are the very, very rich. Their wealth share is aggressively expanding. That is what is making it impossible for ordinary people like you and your kids and your grandkids to own property. They are going to try to portray this as a battle between the middle class and the working classes, between the middle class and the poor. If you accept that battle, then you will ally with the exact people who are going to take away the wealth that you need. Go back and watch the video of the squeeze out, because everything that I said would happen in the squeeze out is what is about to happen in October. Listen, there's only a certain amount of resources in this country, there's only a certain amount of resources in this world. If you allow the super, super rich to grow and grow and grow and grow their resources, you will lose your shit. What I want to make clear is, I think that what I do on this channel is very often mischaracterized, largely by billionaires and by billionaire-owned media or billionaire-owned bot farms in Russia. When I say tax the rich, when I say tax wealth, not work, I am doing that not just to protect working people, but also to protect the middle class. They constantly say what Gary wants is to tax high-earning working people, despite the fact that I constantly, aggressively, very clearly say I am trying to tax the very rich, the wealth hoarders, the asset hoarders, to protect working people, including high-earning working people. If you are a high-earning working person, if you are a working person who has a very
high-earning working person, that what he's saying is what we would consider upper middle class in the United States.
powerful job, you have influence in something like government, politics, media, think tanks, academia. I want you to look very hard at the situation you're in right now. What are you going to do? Are you going to stand by me, the person who says tax wealth not work, or are you going to stand by the billionaire media that is going to raise your taxes and take your wealth? All right, so that's it. That's the budget, 2.5 months in advance. It is going to be another step forward in a class warfare, which is rapidly progressing. Listen, there's going to be a battle here. The rich are winning. The rich are winning really, really, really aggressively. For a long time, the middle class have been relatively protected. That's going to change now. The middle class are going to start to get hit because you're the only guys left that have any wealth in a situation where the rich need to take more and more and more and more and more. What are you going to do? What are the middle class going to do? Are they going to stand with the poor, with the working class, who have already been impoverished, to protect themselves from the rich who are taking everybody's assets? Or are they going to allow themselves to be divided, in which case the rich will take everything, including the houses your kids need? Listen, we're going to fight against it. We're going to try to protect the ordinary working people from the super rich. Protect your wealth, protect your kids, protect your families, protect your future. Watch the videos, understand the videos, send them around, send them to your friends, your colleagues, your family, your mum. Support the channel, support the Patreon. Tax wealth not work.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements that's going to slow down your aging process. These are supplements that I take every day to slow down that aging process, boost up that immune system, improve the endocrine system, and with a holistic approach, you can slow down the aging process and extend your longevity. Magnesium and zinc helps with the immune system and it helps with brain function. Magnesium is super important for brain function. Like I said, you better start protecting your neurons. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, your immune system, and your brain function. Take them together. Also, magnesium helps with the efficacy of vitamin D3. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality supplements. Now, we're going into the fall and winter season, so you better start stocking up. Get elderberry zinc lozenges. You can get it in a 21 count. And I also have drops, which are smaller than the lozenges. You can get them in blueberry, in cherry flavor, and also in honey and lemon. Get a few bags for your household. Make sure that you have some at work and at home. Right when you have that throat irritation, take them right away to mitigate the problem. You don't want it to fester. Trust me. There's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to stay in there having a razor throat. So guess what? It behooves you to get the lozenges and the drops. Be prepared. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Also, another great supplement that is dual purpose, and when you purchase supplements and you stack them appropriately, you get the max benefit of the dollars that you spend. for your health. Olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract will bring down inflammation and also help with your lipid profile. Help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. When you do that, you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. Super important. Boost up the immune system by bringing down inflammation systemically. So please go to my store, take the olive leaf extract every day. Very high quality product. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right.
Trade on Robinhood. Not only can you trade stocks, ETFs, options, and futures, you can also buy and sell crypto. Trade all in one place on Robinhood.
Well, President Trump says he is firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook over alleged mortgage fraud. Let's get to Steve Leisman with the latest. Hi, Steve.
Morning, Mike. Yeah, more questions and answers this morning about the independence of the Fed, the power of the president over the central bank, and of course, the more important outlook for monetary policy when it comes to markets. The president saying he fired Cook for, quote, allegedly making false statements on one or more mortgage agreements. Cook, in a statement last night, responded, quote, President Trump reported to fire me for cause when no cause exists under the law and he has no authority to do so. I will not resign. It's questions in
No cause under the law, but yet she has 2 mortgage applications that says that she's going to have her primary residence in Michigan and primary residence in, I think it was Georgia. And she made those mortgage applications within 2 weeks of each other. She obviously did this on purpose.
Cook actually fired now. We don't know the answer to that. Does the president actually have this authority? What will Fed Chair Powell do in response? Will he allow her into the building or cut off her email or whatever? How and when will the courts weigh in here? How much control does the president have over the Fed? Many, both inside and outside of the Fed, have viewed the attack on Cook as political, part of an effort to force the Fed to reduce rates, but also many wonder if the charges of mortgage fraud have substance that should force a resignation. Cook has not responded to the charges per se. If the removal stands, the Board of Governors would have only 5 of its regular 7 members. Chair Jay Powell, appointed by both Trump and President Biden. Biden appointees Jefferson and Barr, and Trump appointees Bowman and Waller. The president has nominated CEA Chair Stephen Myron to a vacant spot, so replacing Cook would give Trump a majority on the board. Fed probabilities changing only slightly in the wake of the fire. September remaining at around 82% of a rate cut probability, that is, in October at a 42% for a cent cut, up a little bit. Overall, the market reaction, you said this morning, is modest. Could suggest for now this is seen as a limited action by the president, who has some rationale for it, and that it does not concern the more important issue of the Fed chair. It could also mean markets don't think that much about Fed independence. Guys?
Steve, some references have been made in my X feed here to other cases such as that involving, I guess, Kaplan, Rosengren, Clarida. You obviously know all those people and the stories behind it, where there were some allegations of impropriety and they may have stepped off. Can you give our viewers some sense as to whether there is a correlation here between what may have happened with those cases and what this represents?
Well, I think in those cases, there were violations of, in both the Rosengren and Kaplan cases, issues of trading policy and violating the trading policies. These were referred to the Inspector General, and these gentlemen, I think, ultimately resigned before the Inspector General came out with their reports, perhaps from internal pressure to do so. And these were, I think, a key distinction here, David, is on-the-job type stuff. They were on the job and they were doing some trading that appeared to violate the Fed's trading rules. I think the key here also, David, and this is something that I think markets are wondering about, is this was handled internally by the Federal Reserve. So the Fed, in ousting these people or getting rid of them, was acting independently of the executive branch. The president never weighed in, as I recall, on those things. So that's a big question here, is ultimately, you could imagine, David, a situation where this issue with Cook is handled internally by the Fed that would preserve the independence and still meet the criteria of the president for getting rid of Lisa Cook.
Steve, appreciate that. We'll talk more about the market reaction later this afternoon.
Chipotle just dropped Build Your Own Chipotle.
A mini Chipotle experience at home.
Feeds 4 to 6 people.
We have a lot of food here.
Lots of protein, rice and beans.
Everybody can make whatever they want, and there's plenty.
All right, here we go. President Trump signing an executive order to end cashless bail in America, which he said, and I agree, is a major cause of big crime in this country.
Somebody kills somebody, they go in, don't worry about it, no cash, come back in a couple of months, we'll give you a trial, you never see the person again. Cashless bail, we're ending it. I don't like going to a town, a city, place, a state, and then be criticized by some corrupt or incompetent governor where crime is rampant. I think the Democrats better get smart, and politically I hope they don't, but actually in terms of love for the country, I hope they do, because it will be good to work together.
Right. That's kind of strange. They were trying to get it together yesterday in Minneapolis with the Democratic, they had their emergency meeting. Did they get it together? Did they bring up crime? Let's bring in you, a Fox News contributor and host of the You show. Your thoughts about the president's crackdown in D.C., possibly going to Chicago, had Pam Bondi met with New York official, the New York police chief yesterday. How do you think this plays? Do you think America needs it?
Good morning, Brian. I think it's great. I want people to remember the context. President Trump is a criminal justice reformer. In his first term, he signed and he pushed for the First Step Act to get people out of prison. Has been given very long sentences, so he's very aware of the need for criminal justice reform. Cashless bail is moronic. And I can tell you in the Constitution, the 8th Amendment, it provides that there will be no excessive bail. But all the way back in 1791, the framers were anticipating the need for bail in the colonies. And we've always had bail. There's bail bonds in every city and town in America. When you get arrested, you want to get out, you say you get a bond of $100,000, you get charged 5, 10%. You have to come up with, your family raises the money, you leave, you get most of it back if you show up for your court date. If you have cashless bail, there's no incentive to come back. Your family's not leaning on you to come back. The people you borrowed the money from are not leaning from you to come back. And it doesn't work. People do walk away and they never show up. It's sort of like the immigration notice to appears that don't get served and don't get followed through. So I think President Trump has hit, again, one of these 80-20 issues. Democrats are wedded to the 20% on it. I mean, the land acknowledgement yesterday, that's a 90-10 or a 95-5 issue. But cashless bail, to the extent that Americans understand it, they all apply it because they don't want people suspected of doing a crime allowed to walk out the revolving door. So Donald Trump's ahead of the game here, and he does so with the credibility of a man who signed the First Step Act. I'd like to remind you, he's the first step president.
I understand that, and also we should people know, you probably missed it if you're watching now, in Minneapolis they had a Democratic meeting, at which time, in many ways, they showed they've learned nothing. You talk about stolen land. They came out and immediately said, okay, we just have to admit Minneapolis was taken from the Indian tribes 500 years ago, and the Lakota tribe, as if that is any relevance today, but it also shows where their head is at, which is not with the American people. So the political strategist, Insha Rahman, weighed in when it comes to crime. This is how she recommends Democrats handle it.
We are at a moment of incredible opportunity for Democrats to take the upper hand on this issue. Don't be afraid of the crime debate. Lean all the way in. Call out what Trump is doing and say, the reason crime is going down, our communities are becoming safer is because of us. Don't take the bait in talking about migrant crime or carjackings or the things that actually don't matter to that many Americans.
Okay, that last line matters a lot.
Let me interpret for the audience who don't speak Democrat. Do not care about the victim. Whatever you do, don't express any sympathy for the victim, for the 3 people who were dead in Florida because of the trucker, because of the Lake and Riley. Whatever you do, don't express concern for them because you're going to upset our internal polls with our 20% demographic that's going to show up and raise us money via Act Blue. It is so clueless. I'm glad they don't have the president's pollster. I'm glad they don't have the RNC. I'm glad that they don't have Chris LaCivita or anyone advising them, because if they continue to go down this path, they are really dancing on the cliff of political extinction, because most Americans hear land acknowledgments and don't pay attention to the victims, and they think that party has lost its mind. And indeed, Mr. Mamdani is their poster child for 2025. They have really decided that they're going to do the George McGovern thing in 1972 and try and fix a blowout. Trump won all 7 swing states. They're going to try and fix that blowout by going to the left I don't think that's going to work, Brian. Even if you got Gavin Newsom selling soap, because he's a very good soap salesman, it's not going to work.
Right. I will say the policy, the no cash bail policies you discussed earlier, they're in full bloom in Illinois, in New Jersey, New Mexico, in D.C., as well as New York, California, and Indiana. I just thought it was interesting that the personal attacks are just ridiculous. It says that Governor Walz said the president's got fat ankles. All right. Keith Ellison posted that he sued that dude 44 times. That dude is the president. So I'm not sure what they accomplished, but they certainly didn't go high.
You know, I actually watched Tim Walz. I had to do it for show prep. And right after that comment, he said, avoid the petty attacks. Or he says he's a petty man. After he says something about fat ankles, which I don't even understand. Tim Walz is my favorite Democrat. Give him a primetime channel 24/7. Let him talk. Republicans will win majorities in every state by a lot.
All right, you will be a volunteer in his campaign. Thank you very much, but you still have to be a contributor here. Thank you. I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Have you ever wondered how buying Israeli goods helps Israel during turbulent times with attacks from extremists and anti-Israel movements? The answer is simple. By supporting family businesses, you provide stability on the home front for the defenders and citizens of the Holy Land. When our men are drafted into the army, they leave.
That Trump didn't name any particular country in this case, in the social media post where he threatened to retaliate against these digital taxes. He didn't mention any country in particular, but it kind of went without saying that he's talking about the European Union. He could also be talking about the UK, where they have a digital services tax, or South Korea. So if these are countries that the U.S. is locked in pretty ongoing trade negotiations with. So basically, these are fees on these tech companies' services. They could be on advertising, or they could be on particular transactions. And President Trump and previous U.S. administrations have looked at this as discriminatory against U.S. companies. Just because we have the big tech giants doesn't necessarily mean that they should pay a penalty. Donald Trump wants to collect tax revenue on those companies himself, and he doesn't want France doing it instead. So it's been a big target. This digital services tax has been a big target for the Trump administration. He threatened to do it. He threatened to retaliate against Canada, and the next day Canada said, "Okay, we won't impose the digital services tax." So, yeah, it's a real sticky issue, and it kind of leads us into this new frontier of trade wars that lie ahead of us.
Yeah, and certainly the EU is a different animal than Canada when it comes to these digital services taxes. I mean, I know it's been a bone of contention, especially for Trump, for quite some time. We were so close, right, to the EU trade deal. And at least there was a framework a few days ago. I know that initial framework, Brenda, didn't have the digital aspect in there. Do you think that this could be, if Trump doesn't get what he wants here, is that a deal breaker? And is this going to be a bargaining chip for him?
I think that these negotiations are going to go on for a while. This framework that they have come up with laid out a number of things that sounded like they were sort of settled, but it also listed things that were not settled. And as you suggest, the digital services taxes issue is not really settled. The EU has drawn a red line around it, saying this is our sovereign authority to regulate and tax as we see fit. You can't tell us what to tax and what not to tax. And so it is one of those deal-breaking issues that they just decided for the time being that they wouldn't really go toe-to-toe over. So it's kind of been put to it's sort of hibernating at the moment, but it could come awake and create a lot of disruption, a lot of threats, and retaliation, and that kind of thing in the future. But for the time being, it doesn't seem like it will destroy the progress that they've reached so far in this recent framework that they're putting into effect this month.
Yeah, well, certainly to be continued, right? Brendan Murray, Global Trade Editor here at Bloomberg News. Thanks so much for your insights. We appreciate it. And coming up here, Bloomberg, now on your dashboard, in case you were wondering, with Apple CarPlay, Android Auto. You want access to every Bloomberg podcast, live audio feeds, headlines at the click of a button. That all sounds good, but you can download the latest version of the Bloomberg Business app right now. Getting a check of the markets. Mixed picture.
In other news, the US president has announced he's firing Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Donald Trump taking his fight with the US Central Bank up a notch over allegations Cook committed mortgage fraud. But Lisa Cook says she will not be stepping down, adding the president doesn't have the authority to sack her. We can now bring in our foreign affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert. Doug, great to see you.
Pretty much summed it up, Talon.
I summed it. So tell me, what could be behind this move? Because Donald Trump has had in his visor Jerome Powell, the Fed chair. He's never really spoken about Lisa Cook. Suddenly, this comes out of the woodwork.
This is, look, you don't have to go out on an editorial limb to say this is not really about Lisa Cook and allegations of mortgage fraud. Allegations, I may point out, for which she's never been convicted of a crime. It's never been proven in court. And as she said, she has absolutely no intention of stepping down. This looks like a targeted and politically motivated campaign. What do I mean by politically motivated? The person who brought to Donald Trump's attention these allegations of mortgage fraud, i.e. that Lisa Cook may have falsified bank and property records in order to get favorable terms on loans on a mortgage she's taking out. All of these might be, would be, could be allegations have been used to sort of justify this move to fire her, which went ahead without her being consulted about. Look, what's really seems to be going on here is it's part of, as you sort of alluded to in the open, a broader push by.
Now let's be honest here, okay? There seems to be a common theme for the mortgage fraud that was going on between Loretta James and Lisa Cook. What are some of the common themes? Black female. Women in power that feel as though they're above the law. DEI. They have certain types of agendas behind the scenes. This person is very powerful in the Federal Reserve. Being on the Federal Reserve Board is a very powerful position. And she broke the law. She doesn't deny that she did it. So I think that Trump is absolutely exercising his constitutional power in removing Lisa Cook from the Board of Governors. Absolutely. Absolutely. But you'll hear in the mainstream media in the United States and even in Europe that it must be retribution. Why did she commit fraud? Oh, it's not proven in court yet. All right. Leave the position and fight it in court. Put her on suspension or whatever.
Trump to exert control, to exert authority over various agencies and branches of the U.S. government, which are still staffed by sort of government professionals, often, civil service professionals who sometimes challenge him, dare to define him, or basically just try to do their jobs. In this case, he has been, this is part of an escalating campaign, it would seem, and legal experts will tell you this, an escalating campaign, capricious and arbitrary, it would seem, against the Federal Reserve in particular, right? The U.S. Central Bank, which is charged with setting interest rates, taming inflation, trying to keep employment steady, all of that, to basically do his bidding. What do I mean by that? We have seen until now, until today, and us talking about Lisa Cook, someone whose name most people I would probably say that have never heard of. She's a governor of the Federal Reserve Board. But the people most people have heard of the person is Jerome Powell, the Fed chief. the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. He has been savaged in recent weeks and months by Donald Trump, who's all but explicitly said
he picked
wants
as
to
well.
know.
Well, the thing is, people need to pay attention to the history of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve was not independent during FDR. The Federal Reserve had lots of discussions through many periods of U.S. history where it was pushed by the Treasury Department or by the executive branch. Actually, the Treasury Department is part of the executive branch, but through the Treasury Department or through White House. But not just that. It is a canard to say, it's totally false to say that the Federal Reserve is autonomous. What happens when the banks start to get into trouble? They start to lobby in Congress. They start to talk within the realms of the economic, financial world. And the Federal Reserve comes in and bails them out. So are they really autonomous? Or are they on the whims of political or economic persuasion? So the point here is that it's not just Trump, but multitude of different presidents that pushed certain policies. What about the Cold War? Right after World War II and the rebuilding of Europe. Don't you think that the Federal Reserve was helping to grow our economy out of the war and helping with swap options and working with the World Bank and working with the IMF to rebuild Europe? I thought they were independent. They're not independent, and they never have been.
Exactly, he was a Trump pick, and he wants him out. Why? Because in Donald Trump's estimation, Jerome Powell, as the chairman of the Federal Reserve, wasn't doing his bidding. What I mean by that wasn't lowering interest rates. He wasn't doing it quickly enough. Lisa Cook, you could say she's someone no one's ever.
Do we think that Greenspan was all lily white near the end of his tenure? In 2000, I don't know, I think it was from 2000 to 2004 or 5. I'm not sure when Bernanke came on board. It might have been 2003, but maybe it was 2004. But Greenspan goes all the way back to Reagan. So Greenspan rose rates slowly and then brought them back down. And during that down phase, what did we get? We had a major bubble in the housing market. And so when the market blows up under Bernanke with the Lehman crash, what happened? Major bailouts for the banks. Was the Federal Reserve really independent? Or did it push an agenda of low interest rates? Because the lobbying group, the banking lobbying group, wanted it. So let's stop pretending that Trump is the only guy that's pushing on the Federal Reserve. Why is there in the media such blowback of Trump pushing on Powell? Is it because maybe Trump's voice is a little in veracity is a little bit louder and drowns out the other voices, like the banking industry?
She's a cipher in a way, but she's one of their 7 Federal Reserve Board governors, and they all sit on the 12-person monetary committee, which sets the U.S. interest rates. She's an important figure. She's not to be neglected, and she is going to fiercely, heard lawyers say, fiercely defend her independence, because that has always been sort of
because she wants the 12-year term. She just started. But she did mortgage fraud. Oh, but she wasn't found guilty in a court of law yet. All right, if she wants to fight it in court, but step down. She obviously did this. There's no doubt in my mind she did it, and she did it on purpose because she thought she could get away with it.
The Federal Reserve, independent agency.
Given that you said independence, Donald Trump says he can fire her. She says not so fast you cannot. So who's right?
Okay, well, let's start with the charter of the Federal Reserve
Trump is right.
Board itself. when it was set up, there's a clause within that charter under the Federal Reserve Act, which basically says that the chief executive, a president, has to find probable just cause in order to remove an official.
Wait a minute. A person that's setting the rates that affects your mortgage does mortgage fraud and is working on the federal board, the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. That's probable cause. That's just cause right there. Well, I mean, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And of course, it's the entitlement issue. Same thing with Loretta James and the same thing with Lisa Cook. There's an entitlement thinking that they can do whatever the hell they want once they get in power.
From the Federal Reserve Board, which would mean, what do they mean by just cause? It means really gross misconduct. There has to be real malfeasance that you can point to.
What do you call that? She filled documents for a mortgage for a home, received it in Michigan in 2 weeks and said it was her primary residence, and then 2 weeks later, she does the same thing in Georgia and says that her residency in Georgia is going to be the primary. What, did she clone herself? I mean, come on.
Lisa Cook, these are allegations of maybe, what if, perhaps misconduct over a mortgage loan.
The mortgage loan applications have been leaked out to the public. This is a fact that she did. This is not innuendo.
Personal matter which has never been proven in court, for which he has never been charged with a crime. The Supreme Court precedent also has tended in the past to side with the Federal Reserve Bank. The reason it's treated the Federal Reserve Bank a little differently as almost a special agency, an independent agency, is because its mission is so important, right? Setting the national interest rates, which also spill over with global economic impact. It's wanted to preserve as much as possible the independence of its governors. That is, their dissociation from political interference by a president, a Donald Trump, let's say, in order that they can make their monetary decisions independently. So the Supreme Court 90 years ago, 1935,
Wait. What about the confiscation of gold by FDR in creating these special operations through the Treasury Department? I forgot the name of it. What about having little discussions in the White House with the Federal Reserve Chairman saying, we're going to war. You know, you're going to need to keep rates low. AKA when we went into Afghanistan and Iraq post 9/11. Autonomous. They don't have any discussion with the executive branch. See, these people aren't being honest with the history of the Federal Reserve. And it's even more nefarious because of the lobbying group from the banking industry. And like I said, when you lower rates, rich people get richer faster. Why? Because the economy grows at a certain pace, at a certain rate, like 2%, 3%, even 5% sometimes. But stocks trade at multiples of 12 or 15 or 20 times earnings. Stock markets grow faster. Individual stocks grow faster than the economy. So inflating the currency makes rich people richer if they have stocks. And you're thinking that the banking lobbying group doesn't have sway with the Federal Reserve? The Federal Reserve has never been truly independent. Not at all.
sort of favored protecting justices from political interference. Now, that was a case involving another commission, the Federal Trade Commission, not the Federal Reserve Board, but it was another agency, and it's been a precedent that has been since sort of looked at repeatedly and often cited. I will just say in recent years, since say 2020, the Supreme Court has continued to uphold those protections against for Federal Reserve officials, but has hinted perhaps that the chief executive, that is the president, and this is an argument that Trump would be making, does have the prerogative to fire the officials he wants. Donald Trump sees these checks and balances, this so-called independence of the Federal Reserve, as an unconstitutional, this is how he sees it, check on his proper executive authority as president to fire whoever he sees fit to fire.
And this is not the first time he's used these claims of fraud to get rid of people who essentially stand in his way.
Now, think about it. If you're the deep state and you're unelected, don't you want to make the legislative branch and the executive branch and the judicial branch impotent? Don't you want to weaken those branches of government so you can continue on with the national security state and do things that are independent of the normal operation of the government? So people that vote and have represent government, let's say in Congress, don't really have a say with these other dark institutions in the shadows, like the Federal Reserve. Of course, the deep state wants that. They want to weaken the executive branch. So this is really a battle between what our constitutional founding fathers truly wanted about balancing the balance of government. They didn't want to run away Federal Reserve. Now, can Congress write new laws that govern the Federal Reserve? They could abolish the Federal Reserve if they want to. Of course they won't, because of the lobbying group from the banking industry. So they want to create a fence around the Federal Reserve to prevent political persuasion. The problem comes in is that they do things that have a tendency to lean towards the banking industry and not Joe Blow public on Main Street. Why? Because they represent the banking industry. Why? Because they listen to the banking industry. Why? Because they like to wine and dine at these economic conferences for the banking industry. They don't wine and dine for Joe Public at the Union Hall. The Federal Reserve, the point I'm making is the Federal Reserve is not independent. It's a canard. It never has been independent. It's actually a wedge to try to weaken the branches of government that we have enshrined in the Constitution.
He has the official, the Trump-appointed official who works at what's called the Federal Housing Finance Authority, the guy who signaled these alleged mortgage fraud allegations to Donald Trump in the first place before Donald Trump posted that he's firing this official on his Truth Social network. That official has also helped Trump in the past. They have targeted other officials, notably Adam Schiff. You might remember that name, Delano, because he was a California representative who also led the inquiries into Donald Trump, alleged malfeasance during Donald Trump's first term. So no friend for Donald Trump, Adam Schiff. He has been the same allegations of this type of mortgage fraud. And Letitia James, another name which you know.
Letitia James was the one that was spearheading the lawfare against Trump and found that it was unlawful to do. Adam Schiff, Shifty Shift, pushing Russiagate. So what happened was that you have these people that are in power. They want to circumvent the actual true power of the executive branch. They don't like Trump because he may do things that they don't like for the deep state. They don't like Trump because they feel as though he's going to put too much pressure on the Federal Reserve. But yet you have people on the board of the Federal Reserve taking advantage of their positions and getting lower rates for their mortgage. You can't do that. Some people can't even get a mortgage because of what's going on with the mismanagement of the economy by the Federal Reserve.
Recent past, just before Trump was elected, she actually won a case against Donald Trump, a civil case in civil court in New York City. She was an attorney general in New York. So these are all significant. The same types of mortgage fraud allegations. This is why legal experts look at this and they say, this isn't just about mortgage fraud. This isn't just about they happen to find some documents and these people who are doing some dodgy stuff. This is about political retribution against people that Donald Trump perceives as his enemies, people who are not doing his bidding, or people who dare to oppose his agenda.
Perhaps actually these people are breaking the law. Perhaps these people are literally out of control and that someone needs to hold them accountable. Perhaps the deep state is just too deep. Maybe the deep state is just too non-representative. There's not a true representation of government. They just do whatever they want. And so he comes in and is he's not a polished individual, even though he's a billionaire. He's smart, but he's not intelligent. He has a lot of street smarts, but there's a certain New York street aura about him. And so you have this person come in and he's trying to chip away at the deep state because they are literally taking advantage of the American public in many different ways. And then they get personal benefits by doing mortgage fraud. I mean, independent of if they like Trump or not, did they or did they not file documents that were wrong? If they did, then they're at fault. It has nothing to do with Trump. Oh, he's going after them, so it must be retribution because they were doing lawfare against him in, Russiagate and blah, blah, blah. But did they break the law? Did Adam Schiff break the law? Did Loretta James break the law? Did Lisa Cook break the law? The answer is yes.
But legal scholars, a lot of people will tell you, obviously Donald Trump will take great exception, say, I'm president, I can do what I want to do what's best for America.
In the past, historically, yes, we have had US presidents who have not always been happy with decisions that come from the Federal Reserve, but they've kept that sort of distance. They have respected that independence. Donald Trump has turned it on its head, essentially.
It's turned it on its head, and like I just used, the word political retribution, and that really, politics is not just transactional in Donald Trump's administration.
Nixon getting us off of converting debt to gold. That seems to be affecting the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. What about FDR and confiscating gold? You had presidents that affected markets and affected the independence of the Federal Reserve. What about the Cold War? What about right after 9/11? What about Lehman? You really think that the Federal Reserve acted in an independent manner for quantitative easing and TARP? Of course not. Get real. But these people, they have industrial amnesia because they hate Trump. Trump must be bad. But if that's the case, then we have to look at FDR. We have to look at Nixon. We have to look at during the Cold War with Truman and Eisenhower. What about George Bush Jr.? What about Clinton? Really think that the Treasury and the Federal Reserve is not captured? They are captured. Get real. The Federal Reserve. I mean, think about it. It was under Clinton where they got rid of the Glass-Steagall provisions. And so that led to banks running amok, taking depositors' money and investing it. What about the low interest rates from Bernanke? Not Bernanke, but by Greenspan, before Bernanke. The low interest rates that pumped the money into the real estate, in the mortgage fraud, and where was the Federal Reserve for watching the banks to make sure that their risks weren't piling up? Oh, we made a mistake. We didn't realize that MBOs were going to, tank the economy. We didn't understand that. Really? Or were they captured by the banking lobbying group? So let me get this straight. This clown is saying that the Federal Reserve is independent. Well, if it was so independent, then why have they colossally moved their actions with rates to benefit the banks? Always. They don't care about Americans. They don't care about the working class. They don't care about the unemployment rate. They care about the unemployment rate only in the framework if you will be able to pay your loan. Why? Because that affects the banks. They don't want hyperinflation because that's going to erode bank assets. But if they have controlled inflation, rich people will get richer. Poor people will get poorer. Independent? The Federal Reserve is independent? No, the Federal Reserve is an arm of the banking class where it is not subservient to the normal processes of a representative government. So this clown is going to be promoting that? The Federal Reserve is going to lower rates. You're told in the media that that's going to help you with your mortgage, help you with your car payment. And you don't even realize that the little quarter point or half point reduction this year is going to benefit people in the stock market in a magnitude far greater than anything that's going to help you on a mortgage. So the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Independent? The Federal Reserve is independent? No, they're captured.
So far, based on the evidence and the precedents of what we've seen since last January, it's very personal. This is often about a sense of perceived grievance that Donald Trump might have against a particular individual who may have said something bad about him in the past, or may have had negative comments or criticism of Donald Trump or one of his policies.
Well, wait a minute. Did Lisa Cook sign 2 mortgage documents within 2 weeks of each other and stated that that's her primary residence? And she works at the Federal Reserve as a board governor who affects interest rates for mortgages?
What the skeptics will tell you here is Donald Trump's entire agenda here, especially at the Reserve States of the Federal Reserve Board, is to make sure to do what he did with the Supreme Court, essentially, stacking it with a conservative supermajority. It's now 6-3 conservative.
What about the poor mismanagement of the Federal Reserve reconstruction, and renovations? The cost overruns that are taking place, the opulence of the design. Obviously, Powell doesn't know how to manage a project. That's obvious. But he can manage the economy. Really? What about that transient inflation during the Biden administration. Oh, it's controlled, it's anchored now at 2.7%. Well, yeah, but you have prices that are permanently sticky. The dollar amount that someone is paying for something is higher now than before the inflation pulse from the Federal Reserve during the Powell years at the Federal Reserve. So he failed that too. So you can't manage the construction and the opulence and the cost overruns and the timing for the Federal Reserve. And you can't manage the economy in terms of making sure that the American public doesn't pay too much for their eggs and their milk and their meat. He never really cared. That's the problem. These people, they're living high on the hog. They don't care. They feel they're detached. So Powell can do whatever he wants. He can spend $2.5, $2.7, $3.1 billion in renovations. Why? Why did he think that was okay? Oh, he's a Federal Reserve chairman. He can do whatever he wants. See, there's no accountability with these people. We're literally seeing the technocratic part of government moving into an aristocratic mentality.
Majority to sort of do his bidding, to do his agenda. The Federal Reserve Board right now, he also recently, there was a retirement, he had a replacement on that board. He wants to make sure that that board, I told you there were 7 people on the Federal Reserve Governor's Board, all of them sit on that monetary committee, which is 12 people. He wants to, this is what the skeptics will say, make sure the Federal Reserve Board is not some independent board free of political interest, but a board that is there with his loyalists, ready to do his agenda, to do his bidding. And I will just mention Jerome Powell, the man who has been savaged, the chair, he's due to retire next year. So Donald Trump.
Why shouldn't he be savaged? He mismanaged the renovations at the Federal Reserve to a tune of $3.1 billion, depending on how you count it, maybe 2.7, but still it's a lot of money. And he screwed up controlling inflation. Oh, maybe he didn't make a mistake. Maybe it was planned. Maybe by having more inflation, you are able to get more liquidity in the market by forcing the Federal Reserve to keep rates low so rich people can get richer. So maybe it wasn't a mistake, which is even more egregious because that means that he's not looking at data. He's more concerned about wealthy lobbying groups, especially well-heeled, white-shoed Wall Street types.
Sort of on the timeline to actually get his will done, and perhaps the Federal Reserve Board will soon be a very much MAGA mirrored type of board.
We'll see what happens. Thank you very much for that, Douglas, for that.
Now, what does that even mean? Now think about that. What does that even mean? Mega board. Where you have some responsibility? Yeah, that's the responsibility of controlling inflation? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. We'll never get people in mainstream media to actually admit of some of the major problems that we have with the national security state and the deep state. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor is going to get rid of brain fog. It's going to allow you to concentrate. You need to concentrate because guess what? The Wizard of Oz that's running the Federal Reserve is taking your money. So get the Clarity Factor, get rid of that brain fog. You'll be able to concentrate, and by taking this every day and drinking it with filtered water, you're going to improve your neuroplasticity. By doing that, You're going to improve that neural network. You're going to think faster and consolidate memory and have better memory retrieval. Digestive enzyme complex helps to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Super important for your pancreatic health. And if you're 40 years of age or older, you need to boost up your cellular metabolism. Why? Because as you get older, your metabolism starts to go down. Your energy levels start to go down. You start to rust. You literally rust. How? You're building up lots of free radicals. So you need to soak up those free radicals, but you also need to boost up your cellular metabolism. How do you do that? Take the vitamin B complex. The first 4 B vitamins in this complex will boost up the health of your mitochondria. They are tied to the electron transport chain process to boost up the ATP. You're going to have more energy and your cellular metabolism is going to improve. B12 also helps to protect neurons. So guess what? Protecting your neurons is super important now. So when you're in your geriatric years, you don't have problems like memory loss and cognition problems and movement issues and gait issues. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the vitamin B complex, protect your neurons and boost up that cellular metabolism. Get the digestive enzyme complex to help with your pancreatic health and digestion, and get clarity factor so you can concentrate. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. All right, let's listen to Bloomberg about Fed independence concerns weigh on markets. Well, wait a minute. If Trump has more power at the Fed board and the lobbying group has less power, the lobbying group from the banks have less power, maybe markets won't have so much stability. But that might be a good thing because maybe we shouldn't have these lobbying groups so powerful in government.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim. With robust charting and analysis tools, nearly endless customization, and up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
That makes the decisions on the rates.
Let me bring in my colleague Damian Sassauer before lunch.
Gotta rewind it. Hold on.
Yeah, so the Fed is organized. So there's a central part of the Fed, which is the Board of Governors, and then there are regional Feds. And each of the regional Feds has a presidency, and then there's a rotation on the FOMC, which is the most important component. So
that's just the mechanics of the Board of Governors. That's the mechanics of who is reporting to what, when, and where. The big elephant in the room is the banking lobbying group lobbying the regional bankers and the Board of Governors. How do they lobbying them? Through these economic conferences. When their bank regulators come in and they take a look at the banks and they start to see the stress, they got to bail them out. But how often does the Federal Reserve bail out Main Street? Never. Never. And so it's okay for Powell to say, oh, I'm sorry, I read the data wrong. It's not, the inflation's not transient, it's permanent. We're a little late to tighten. We kept the rates too low. But meanwhile, rich people got richer. I mean, the lobbying group got richer.
The FOMC is the key committee that makes the decisions on the rates.
Let me bring in my colleague Damian Sassauer before Lyle Brainerd. We had Cam Harvey.
Cam, does the whole Cook issue, does this really change things? Does this really change someone's outlook on the Fed, on their ability to act? I mean, what's the real world impact on what Trump is, basically proposing to do here?
Now think about this.
Yes.
You have Bloomberg worrying that maybe the Fed's not going to be independent. Maybe they're not going to have autonomy. Well, wait a minute here. Why would the Federal Reserve Board of Governors be worried? Unless they did something that's wrong. And people are sweeping it under the rug. Like, AKA Lisa Cook. But it's not just Lisa Cook. I'm sure there is some other of these board of governors that have done things that aren't above board, that haven't been caught yet. So what we need is a group of people that are honest, that aren't on the take, and they're not captured by the lobbying group. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And maybe we won't have inflation. But remember, where is Bloomberg's butter? Where is Bloomberg's bread buttered? Banks buy their terminal at a tune of $2,100 a month. So they can't go after the banks. They can't go after the ones that are part of the lobbying group, because that's where the money is flowing into Bloomberg.
It's pressure. So it's political pressure, and like in a way, what we really value is an independent Fed. So I've got some recent research that asks the question, how important is it to be a reserve currency? And the U.S. has got this privilege. So the people all over the world, central banks hold U.S. dollars. They hold not just the cash, but treasury bonds. And that demand for the bonds actually reduces the yield. So it allows the U.S. to have lower interest service costs on their debt. It allows the U.S. to have leverage. So it is a privilege to actually have this. So one of the key components of having a reserve currency.
It's a privilege, but don't stop where that privilege came from. It's through the hard work on the battlefield during World War II, where we rose to the top. There was no country out there that had the economic and the military prowess as the United States. So we became a hegemonic power. So it wasn't because of great management by the Federal Reserve. It was the GI in the European theater and in the Pacific theater during World War II on why we have this. Actually, people, Main Street, fighting a war, and we win, they gave us this hegemonic power. Not a bunch of suits from Wall Street, but this Duke School of Business, Campbell Harvey, Professor Harvey, is going to tell you how it is. I'm pretty sure he didn't serve in the military.
Is to have an independent central bank. And that's being challenged right now.
So I just want to ask you on that, right? I mean, because I agree with you, the dollar is still the world's reserve currency. Its transactional dominance is unquestioned. But here's the deal. Will some of these appointments, some of the things that Trump is doing, will this give him greater access to what's going on inside the Fed, the ability to really impact at the grassroots level, the way people are speaking to one another, the way people are...
Heaven forbid someone that's representing Main Street can affect the smoky room of the Federal Reserve and the banking lobbying group as they're figuring out on how they're going to move the economy. Heaven forbid that Main Street has a seat at the table.
Data with one another. Is that really what we're talking about here?
So this is a very difficult issue because it could be that the Fed is making a serious mistake. And I, for the last couple of years, have criticized the Fed for keeping the Fed funds rate too high. And then now all of a sudden in DC, they've jumped on that bandwagon. So it is delicate, the balance and the pressure here and there to get them to think about this more carefully could be useful.
Kim Harvey with us, Duke University. We continue with Professor Harvey. We welcome all of you on an extraordinary Tuesday here in August. Damien Sassauer.
I don't know. These people, it's amazing. They don't pay attention to the history, and they don't pay attention to the problems of the great divide between Main Street and Wall Street. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. It's going to help you to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system. You're going to be well rested when you wake up, and it's going to help you to get into those 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep that you need. So get the Goodnight Formula, take it every day. Very important to slow down the aging process. And resveratrol. Resveratrol will help with your mitochondrial health. It'll soak up free radicals. It'll boost up those energy levels when you have healthy mitochondria. Resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression, and it helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. So take resveratrol every day. I've been taking it for decades. It stacks well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor. And collagen. Collagen. You don't want to look like this Bloomberg guy, right? He looks like an old fart. So take the collagen every day. What is it going to do? It's going to help with your skin, your hair, your nails, help with your musculature, your bone density, your cartilage, your joint health. Super important. Do resistance training. Take it every day. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But take it every day. Super important. Very high quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work that I do. And pay attention. Pay attention.
Paul Sweeney, I'm Tom King. Good morning across the nation. Good morning in the Carolinas. And of course on YouTube, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast, our new digital experience. Really humbled by that excellence. Now, Damien Sassauer with Professor Harvey.
So, Karen, we know about the lag from monetary policy through to the real economy. Rate cuts just don't, have an impact on the everyday person overnight, right? So, talk to us about, what if Trump gets out his wish and he gets 150 basis point cuts from the Fed before the end of the first quarter of next year? I mean, if that were to happen, would that have any real world impact immediately?
Oh, it would have a dramatic impact. So you're talking 150 basis points?
Yeah, sure.
That would be
bring it out
very dramatic. So more likely we'll have a few cuts. But there is a lag. But the lag is not as big as you might think. And any time you reduce rates, you reduce the cost of capital. And when the cost of capital is decreased, that means there should be increased business investment, and consumers will do things like buy a house that they were kind of waiting to do for the rates to come down.
Look,
so I
for
would
sure,
say,
interest rates will allow for the economy to grow. But by lowering the rates, especially multiple times, the stock market will grow faster than the actual real GDP. And so if people are rich and they have lots of equity, they're going to get richer quicker because of the printing press from the Federal Reserve. That's a fact. And then all of a sudden, inflation starts to kick in, and then the Federal Reserve has to cut rates, but the wealthy, they know that. And so they keep on waiting. And once the rates start to go up, they start to sell. And then you start seeing the market come down. They have cash. They wait until the raising of the rates start to abate. And then they go back into the market to get better dollar cost averaging. Now, who does the Federal Reserve really represent in this case? When they lower the rates and when they higher the rates, who do they really represent? Main Street? I don't think so.
that if the rates did come down substantially, that could be a significant boost for economic growth, and potentially exactly at the right time where we're seeing a significant softening in the labor market.
There's a softening of the labor market. We got to cut rates. Joe and Jane are scared because they may get laid off. But the bankers are licking their chops. They're licking their chops, waiting for that market to rally. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Pay attention to what I have to say, because I'm telling you how these motherfuckers are fleecing you. And if you can play the game too, just at a smaller scale. So if you listen to me and you watch the market and I'm telling you what to do, you will be able to benefit from it. You're not, if you're not a billionaire, you're not going to benefit as much. But I'm telling you how to benefit instead of being caught with your pants down. All right? Because most of Americans, they're going to get fucked. They will get fucked. Watch. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35. The Max 35 will help to boost up that immune system. You can also get the Max 14 or Cleanse. I have Cleanse in stock and I have the Max 35 in stock. It's the first pillar of my protocol to boost up the immune system. Now, what you do is you take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, swallow it. It's going to help with the health of the mucosal barrier. It's going to improve your oral hygiene and the health of your oral pharynx, help with the epithelial lining, and that is going to boost up your immune system. Super important. Take it every day. Take a teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day and go back to your maintenance dose once you start to feel better. But it's important to take every day. All right? Take a teaspoon a day every day. I've been doing this for over 5 years. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's go to balance of power. They're talking about Lisa Cook.
Lowell writes, we will be filing a lawsuit challenging this illegal action. So it's on. And when the president emerges here, maybe it's not a coincidence that we're an hour and 10 minutes late. This could get chippy pretty quickly. You'll want to hang on for this. I mentioned Michelle is with us. Glad to say it. Michelle Jamrisco is back, of course, covering the White House and national security here on our Washington bureau. It's great to see you.
It's great to see you.
I think they should, the police or the security should pick up her fat ass and throw her out the building because of the mortgage fraud that she perpetrated. But if she wants her day in court, fine. But she should not be on the board until this is settled.
Is the big question, and of course, as you mentioned, she has not been charged yet, so we don't know what there is to these documents. Bill Pulte kind of got the ball rolling on this. It has cited publicly available data and documents, so we'll have to see how this all comes to fruition, perhaps, as I say, in the courts.
It's just the latest example of this president testing the system, right? Mm-hmm. He may not know if he can do this. But that letter went out last night, and we're about to find out. And again, to your point, this could resolve in the courts. This could go to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I think one of the phrases from that letter that was really interesting is he says Cook has been deceitful and possibly criminal. So he's kind of leaving some wiggle room in case he has to retract this decision. That's one thing that we're going to try to get at. I'm sure.
Or maybe he was giving her a little bit of an option out. She could have stepped down, like other people that are on the board that do things that are not above board. It's obvious she did something wrong. She's not denying she did this. There's evidence that's been leaked out showing that she signed the documents. She did this on purpose. And then, all right, there's a cabinet meeting that just started.
The concept of what they did, however, is just incredible. But the country is doing well. We're respected all over the world, like never before, probably. We went to NATO, as you know, and it went from 2% to 5% of GDP. Nobody expected that. And the difference is they didn't pay the 2 and they paid the 5. So, and as you know, we are selling a tremendous amount of equipment to NATO. We're not spending any money. We're making money, but I don't want to talk about making. I want to talk about we're no longer involved with funding Ukraine, but we are involved with trying to stop the war, the killing in Ukraine. So we're selling missiles and military equipment, millions and millions, and ultimately billions of dollars to the NATO people. We're very friendly and we have good relationship, but that was an amazing trip. So they're funding the entire war. We're not funding anything. I think it's an important point to make because a lot of people don't understand that. And we will continue to do that. And we're trying to get as much as we can for them. They want the American product. The American military product is by far the best in the world, and that's what they want to get. They have lots of options, but that's what they want to get. So the factories are doubling up and tripling up where they make the Patriots and other really, you can say defense and offensive weapons. The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year, and there's no inflation because there's been decreases, tremendous decreases with, thanks to Doug and Chris, some of the people, the great job they've done with energy. Thank you very much. And Chris, thank you very much. I see you down close to $60 a barrel, and you'll be breaking that pretty soon. And that has a huge impact. And so we have groceries are down, energy is way down. Energy is way down. It was $4 and $5 for a gallon of gas. Think of that for gasoline. And now it's probably $2.25. There are some places it's $2. It broke $2 at a couple of locations in the South. In places like California where they charge such high taxes, it's higher, but it's still much lower than what it was a year ago. So energy's way down, groceries are way down, eggs are way down. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. You've done a great job. Appreciate it. When we came in, the eggs were through the roof. They were 4 times higher than they've ever been. And my first question from you people, what are you going to do with eggs? I said, what's the problem with eggs? That was caused by Biden or whoever was operating the auto pen actually caused it, I guess, because I don't think he knew too much about eggs. Factories are booming compared to before I took office, and domestic auto production is going to be, it's going to be so thrilling in 2 years when you see the numbers. Because they're building plants all over the country. They're all coming in because of tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs. And if they build their plant here, they don't pay the tariffs. And they're pouring into our country, and you know about AI and you know about but the auto plants, that's the good old fashioned stuff that I love. The auto plants are pouring into the United States of America. They're coming from Mexico, they're coming from Canada, and they're coming from Europe, all over Europe. And it's been pretty amazing. So factories are booming, and when they actually open, right now they're booming in terms of construction. This is something given to me by Mark Zuckerberg, and you'll see this is AI now. These are, I never understood. I said, well, because I built shopping centers, and for $50 million you can build a very nice shopping center. So I never understood when they said $50 billion for a plant. I said, the hell kind of a plant is that? But when you look at this, you understand why it's 50 billion. So this is what he's building in Louisiana. That's Meta, Facebook, as people understand it to be. But look at that, that's the size of Manhattan. So that's superimposed over the island of Manhattan. It takes up a big part of Manhattan. I think they say 81% of Manhattan. So these are big things, and they're going up. A lot of them are going up now. I don't know that big. Actually, Mark is building 4 of them, and others are building similar places. And when these things open up, I'll tell you what, our country, we're leading China now in AI, substantially leading China. And the reason is because we're letting them build their own electrical facilities. We would need double the energy that if you take all of the electricity that we produce right now in this country, you'd have to multiply it times 2 or maybe 3 times. So 3 times more than we have right now for everything, to operate your toaster and everything else, okay? 3 times more. And the way we're able to succeed, because China goes out and builds these massive plants. They're right now building 58 coal, in this case, almost all coal-fired plants. And coal is back with this country too, by the way. There's a reason they use it, because it's good. It works for them. And we call it clean coal. We don't call it coal, we call it clean, even very clean coal. But we have coal going up, we have nuclear going up. Nuclear is very much in vogue now. It's safe and inexpensive and great. We don't allow windmills. We're not allowing any windmills to go up. I mean, unless there's a legal situation where somebody committed to it a long time ago, we don't allow windmills. And we don't want the solar panels that I'm speaking with the secretary about, because they take up, thousands of acres of our farmland. You see these big ugly patches of black plastic that comes from China. And the solar is, I like solar in some ways, but for firing up your big plants, it doesn't work. It's very unstable, but it really takes up your farm. The farmers are saying, they're building these massive blotches in the middle of the fields all over the country. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. So we're not heavy into that at all. And the windmills, we're just not going to allow them. They're ruining our country. They're ruining everyone. If you look at, I hate to mention countries, but you look at the UK, what's happened in the UK, they have energy costs have gone through the roof. It's because of wind. They want to do everything, close up the northern parts of the country. They have oil, it's tremendous. And they closed it up and they've been building windmills all over the place. I tell them, you, my friends, but man, you're gonna have a bad awakening very soon. It's gonna be very bad. They're ugly, they don't work, they kill your birds, they're bad for the environment. And if you look at them from a house, your house is worth less than 50%. So I'm trying to have people learn about wind real fast, and I think I've done a good job, but not good enough, because some countries are still trying, and they're destroying themselves. Those are countries that are really destroying themselves. I hope they get back to fossil fuel, because right now, Chris, whether we like it or not, fossil fuel is the thing that works. And then you can add nuclear with it and other things, but fossil fuel is what works if we're gonna fire up those big monster factories. But if you look at comparing everything before I took office, domestic auto production is up 18,000 cars a month. And we haven't even started yet, because a lot of these plants aren't built. It's up 18,000 because Ford, General Motors, and a couple of others, Stellantis, they're taking their existing plants and they're, as quickly as they can, they're adding on to them. So when their plants open, because they're building big, modern, beautiful auto plants. But think of that, we're up 18,000 cars a month, and essentially all they've done is try and utilize their space correctly as their big plants open up. It's gonna be, I hope they remember that it was this way. I hope this table gets a lot of the credit for what's happening. It gets all of the credit, because this would have never happened. We were going out of business in every way. We were losing. All the car plants were leaving this country. Now they're all coming back in, and they are coming from Canada, and they are coming from Mexico, but they're coming from Germany, they're coming from all over the world. Domestic steel production is up by 100,000 tons of steel a week. We have a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and various other things. Copper just got brought into the picture, and that means people are gonna wanna make steel here. We just made a deal with US Steel, as you know. We have an outside company come in and spend $17 billion on building new plants, do everything. It's great, and it stays right here in America. So we're doing amazingly well on steel, and domestic oil production is up by more than 300,000 barrels a day. That's a lot of barrels, and you're going to be talking about that in a second, I think, Chris and Doug. These two people have done a fantastic job, and we have the oil price down to about $62 a barrel. So just so you understand, because a lot of you like to talk about costs and prices, but I watch so much fake information. Product costs are down. Energy is way down. Energy brings things down. With energy, that's what happened with Biden. He stopped our program, and then he went back to it when he realized that it looked like you're going to be paying numbers that nobody's ever seen, like $7 a gallon. You're going to pay $7 a gallon. They were up to $7.5. So then he immediately went back to the Trump plan that they terminated. But it was too late for them. It was too late. They blew it. They had a great thing going. I gave them something great, and they blew it. Since the inauguration, we've created over 500,000 new private jobs. And if you notice, when the numbers come out, government jobs are going down and private jobs are coming up. And that's what really fuels the country. It's easy to hire people and pay them for doing something that maybe is not very productive. But government jobs are down, actually substantially down, and private jobs are way up. And these are the jobs that make money, create a better life. Meanwhile, we've reduced the number of federal bureaucrats by 84,000. So we got rid of 84,000, and I think the job numbers, you're gonna see the new job numbers are gonna be through the roof because of all of the different businesses that are moving into our country. And not just production businesses, autos and AI, but any business you can think of. In the world of furniture, as an example, North Carolina, I went there many times when I built a lot of hotels and things, and I'd go to North Carolina, I'd buy the greatest, they were the greatest, most talented people. And then China came along and took all of those jobs away. If they would have tariffed them, China wouldn't have taken any of the jobs. But we had presidents that, honestly, and I like some of them, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing from a business standpoint, from running the country. And North Carolina, the most talented woodworkers that you've ever seen. I'd be there and I'd watch them. I'd say, I'd like to have a rail on that chair. Maybe you can get it, fancy it up a little bit. How about this, sir? And at Henry, I think it was like, they were artists. They were unbelievable. And that business was stolen from us by others, not only China, but by others. All of a sudden, you're ordering your furniture from China. It was not even close to being as good, but they couldn't compete with it. If we would have said it costs 100% or 200% tariff, you wouldn't have lost one job. It's so sad. But we're going to rebuild North Carolina furniture and other places, South Carolina too, to a lesser extent. They make furniture, but furniture, we're going to put a very substantial tariff on. We've already announced it. It'll be done pretty quickly. And when that happens, everyone's going to start. I just tell you, North Carolina, go out and start getting the grandchildren and the children, start teaching them, because some of those incredible artists that I knew as young people, they're older people now, but they still have the talent and they have time left. But they're going to be teaching their sons and their daughters and their grandchildren. And it's going to be a beautiful thing to see. It's going to happen like magic. It's going to happen without question. It's not like, gee, I hope it happens. It's going to happen. The results of Ford that just announced it's going to create 4,000 new jobs, American jobs. Hyundai, 14,000 jobs. General Motors is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico back to the United States where it belongs. Don't forget, we lost 55% of our auto production over the last 35 years. 55%. We were the auto capital of the world. Like there was nobody to think about challenging us. We lost 55% of it to Mexico, Canada, China, a lot to China, and other countries. And it's all coming back. We will be bigger. A couple of years, we'll be bigger than we ever were. We'll be more dominant. We'll be bigger. We make great product too. We're starting to make really great product. We're going to be bigger than we ever were. We're going to be at the level that it was when we were the only one that really, we sold to the world. And we're going to be back selling to ourselves and other parts of the world. It's not going to be the same, but it's going to be equally as important as it was in the heyday 30 years ago. But we lost more than 50% of the automaking capacity. In fact, the unions, the auto unions, as you know, the top guy didn't know me, didn't like me, and now he likes me. He says, yeah, I can't believe what Trump has done. But the auto workers voted for me. They understood better than anybody else. The auto workers, the Teamsters voted for me. Teamsters are great. They all voted for me. No Republican has ever gotten the support of the Teamsters and the auto workers. And now the head of the auto workers have been so amazing. I watch them on television and they can't even believe what happened. And I told them all what was going to happen. We secured new market access for American agricultural exports all over the world. Our secretary is doing a great job. Thank you, Brett. And we have negotiated historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, who was here yesterday, and the European Union. Foreign nations are now paying hundreds of billions of dollars straight into our treasury and numbers that nobody's ever seen before. As you know, we made trade deals with a lot of countries, and many of those countries, just to be able to sit at the table, are paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We made a trade deal with the European Union. They were rough on us for a long time. And now we have a very good deal, made that with them. Trillions of dollars is coming into our country, trillions, far beyond billions, trillions of dollars. Wouldn't you say, Scott?
Yes, sir.
And in a short period of time, they have to buy $750 billion worth of our energy product. Energy is good. We have more than anybody else, and we're using it. But the European Union is a done deal, and Japan is done. I heard there was a problem with South Korea, but we met yesterday, and they're done. We didn't do anything. We just kept the same deal. He honored the deal. They wanted to see if I don't even want to say it, but they wanted to see if they could do something. But they honored the deal, which is nice. And we cut the previous record-setting trade deficit, I hear just came out. We cut it in half already. We haven't even, so we've only been here really for a few months because, it takes you a little while to fix up the Oval Office and do those things. prepare for the battle, right? So we really only been here for a very short period of time. And we cut the trade deficit in half. Is that right? That's fantastic. I didn't even think we were going to do that. And remember, these are things that are being built. These things are, all these numbers are made, they're not open yet. When they open, you're going to see things happen in the United States that nobody's ever seen before, including our country in its heyday. And I had the greatest economy in the history of our country my first 4 years, despite COVID, which was a very unfortunate situation for the whole world. We did a great job with it, never got the credit for the job we did. Operation Warp Speed, people say, is one of the greatest achievements ever in politics or in the military, because it was almost a military procedure. But everybody, including Putin, said that Operation Warp Speed, what you did with that, nobody can believe it. And we did a great job, but it was a horrible pall over our country. We had a very dark cloud over the world. That was a very, very bad thing that came out of Wuhan, which I said it came out of Wuhan. That's where it came from. And China suffered greatly, but everybody did. But we did a good job with that, as good as you could possibly do. And we came back, and now we're stronger than ever before. If I didn't win this election, this country was gone. I'm telling you, economically it was gone. None of the things that we're talking about would have happened. And the whole world was robbing us blind. Friend and foe. They were stealing our jobs, our money, our factories. They were stealing everything. We would have been a shell. We would have been a bankrupt, broken shell. And that's the way it is. But we're doing just the opposite. Stronger than we've ever been. Last month, in a landmark achievement, I also proudly signed the largest working class tax cuts in American history. So the bill that, I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful, that was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class. It's a massive tax cut for jobs. And it's, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So seniors, I don't know how you could vote for anybody else. And just think of that, and no tax on overtime. So you work overtime, you don't have to pay tax on overtime. That's good. The Democrats don't know what they're going to do. So they have like this soundbite. They have all these sound bites. They send it out. I don't know. Some guy sends out a word, and everybody is, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now. I'm looking at you, and it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite. The bill is death. It's not, we strengthen Social Security. We strengthen Medicare, Medicaid. The job we've done on Social Security is, if the Democrats got in, Social Security is over because the country's going to fail. There won't be any Social Security. And I made that pledge to you. We're going to take care of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. And we're doing that in spades because the country is becoming so successful again. And it hasn't been this successful I think in the end, it will never have been this successful. I don't think it'll even be close with what's happening. Every American is seeing a tax cut as a result of the bill. The average police officer will keep an extra $1,000 a year at least in overtime, and the average waiter or waitress will keep nearly $2,000 extra in the fact that they would have had to pay that kind of money on tips. And I never realized that the government was so strong on that. But waitresses, waiters would tell me that the government would go after them. It was horrible. That's how it all started with me. It just was incredible. And the biggest thing was, again, the $4 trillion that they found. And said, well, that was nice. They should have announced it. I could have told them that. And I don't know. It should be simple. A lot of people didn't understand it. Actually, a lot of good people didn't understand it. But now they're saying, Trump was right. They'd never seen anything like this. And I don't know what it is, Scott. They didn't understand what we were trying to explain to them was going to happen. Everybody's moving back to the United States because they don't want to pay a tax. If they're not here, they have to pay a tax. And it didn't seem that complicated, but it's working at a level that nobody can imagine. This is working $4 trillion, but that's a big number. It's a number that nobody ever heard of before. But $4 trillion is exciting, but that's nothing compared to what's happening because these places haven't even opened yet. Some of them haven't even started hiring yet. They're under construction. So it's construction jobs, but it's not the big number, and the big numbers, when they open, they're going to be very successful. It's a revolution. We're also working on things to ensure that the awesome power of artificial intelligence is used to benefit all Americans, including American workers and also American children. In that spirit, our wonderful First Lady has just announced a presidential AI challenge. It's going to be a very good challenge, I can tell you. Put her heart into it, which will inspire the next generation to stay on the cutting edge of this vital technology. This is the new internet, the new computer, the new television, the new everything, all put together in one. This is why when I show you a picture like that, I show you this is a factory superimposed over the island of Manhattan. And you have many of them being built right now all over the country. We're soon to start some of them. Some of them have started. This one has actually started. That's in the great state of Louisiana. But the First Lady is working very hard on this, and it's an important initiative. And Melania, when she puts her mind to it, nobody can do better. There's nobody. So every young person should go to AI.gov to learn more, AI.gov to learn more. And you'll see it's a great challenge. I think it's going to be a very modern kind of a challenge that involves AI, which is very exciting to people. So I want to thank her. Raise a lot of money for children. We're putting America first, and we're going to be putting the American worker first. And, the Republican Party has picked up 4 million new people, 4 million. The Democrats have lost 2.5 million. Other than that, they're extremely happy. They're very depressed. They're very depressed. And their new box that they've fallen into is crime. There was a consultant on one of the shows this morning I was watching. I thought he was very good. And he's a Democrat consultant. And he was screaming, no, don't let him do this to you. It's another trap. It's another trap. When he's talking about, like, men playing in women's sports. They said that's an 80-20. No, it's a 97-3. It's 97-3, like transgender for everybody. They fought for it. They're still fighting for it. I saw a guy today, a politician that you all know very well, fighting like hell for men playing in women's sports. You don't understand. They're human beings also. Well, I agree they're human beings. But you can't have a 7-foot guy playing basketball with the women. Just one of those little problems in life. And we all have our place. It's okay. I've got my place too. But this guy's screaming, it's another trap. And this is the worst of all. He said, because this is crime. Trump is saying he's against crime and they're for crime. No, he's going, it was funny. no, it's a trap, don't do it. And then I saw this poor, stupid Chuck Schumer, the guy, he looks like he's aged 100 years, and I don't like getting into looks. You know, looks don't mean anything, right? When you're in politics, looks don't matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Secretary, but I will tell you, this is the best of all, and they're gonna fight me. Like this slop of a governor you have in Illinois, this poor guy got thrown out of his business by his family. I know the family, I was partners with the family, nice family, I like the family, but he was not good, they threw him out. He's governor of Illinois, and he goes about Trump, we don't need his help. Chicago is the way. These places are really bad. Crime in D.C. was the worst it ever was. You know, they make up stories. Crime in D.C. was the worst ever in history. And now, over the last 13 days, we've worked so hard. We've taken so many, there are many left, but we've taken so many criminals, over 1,000. I watched a man from Maryland who said to me, I mean, sir, you're the greatest president. You're doing an unbelievable job. What a great job. Governor Moore, has anyone heard of him? He's another hopeful for president. I don't think so. But I met him, and I didn't realize it was on camera. Did you see they caught him on camera? I was at a game, I don't know, like the Army-Navy game or something. And I met him in a hallway. And as usual, you do your job very well. One of these great cameramen had it on tape. But I met this gentleman, I never met him before. Sir, you're doing a great job. You're doing an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. But then he goes on television, he says, oh, Trump is a dictator. And a lot of people are so the line is that I'm a dictator, but I stop crime. So a lot of people say, you know, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. But I'm not a dictator. I just know how to stop crime. And you would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime, such a bad governor. He should be calling me, and he should be saying, could you send over the troops, please? It's out of control.
That's live from the White House. President Trump in the cabinet room.
I'm just going to do a quick commercial here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the toothpaste. It's a structural nano silver toothpaste. It has no fluoride. It's going to help to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, and improve your gum health. This is a very high quality toothpaste. Please go to my store and get a few tubes for your household. I also have gels in stock. You can get it in tube form or in the quick dispenser. Have some at work or have some at home. You never know when you need it. It's a dual purpose product. You can use it as an aftershave. You can put it on your skin as a daily skincare. You can put it on a wound and it'll help to heal the wound. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. So please go to my store and get this dual purpose gel. And I have dual purpose deodorants for males and females. You can get it in citrus or you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. They're made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality ingredients. You use it as a deodorant, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. It has no aluminum and no baking soda. So please go to my store and get a few bars for your household. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Let's listen into Bloomberg. I think they're talking about the economy here. The tariffs.
We don't know if she went to the office today, if she logged into the email, if she badged in at the Fed. Do we have any idea about where any of this stands on a procedural level, Stuart?
Well, now it's up to Governor Cook, as it sounds like she is doing, to file a case against the administration. With that case, she's going to, I assume, file a motion requesting stay so that she can remain in her post pending further court proceedings. I imagine that stay would also be granted, but that is up to the judge. And if it is granted, she would be able to continue working as a member of the Board of Governors, voting on regulation, voting on monetary policy decisions. What seems to be most interesting here is that it will be up to the court to decide what constitutes appropriate cause for dismissal it sounds like from the former general counsel of the Federal Reserve that typically cause for dismissal would come from failing to appropriately execute one's authority in the post of governor of the Federal Reserve System. This obviously, this attack on Governor Cook relates to allegations of financial misfeasance before she was really on the Board of Governors. And it even seems to be the case based on the post we saw last night and the letter sent by Trump to Governor Cook, that he recognizes that these allegations relate to dealings outside of her job, essentially, as a governor on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. But the allegations of financial misfeasance relate to her ability to execute her authorities, essentially questioning her competence. So it's going to be a really difficult case for the administration to win based on this alone. And so we're still just in a holding pattern, waiting for additional insights from the Department of Justice in their investigation.
Yeah, there's a criminal investigation underway at DOJ. You would have thought that referral might be allowed to play out here because we don't even have charges. We have to remind everybody, Stuart, never mind a conviction. These are just allegations that have come from within the administration. I don't know what the timing was that got the president to write this letter last evening, but we should note that the president has never fired a Fed governor before. We heard from Senator Elizabeth Warren, of course, a ranking member of the Banking Committee in the Senate. She was out with a statement about 30 seconds after the president's letter, and she called it an illegal attempt to fire Lisa Cook. Is that also true, or does the president have grounds here if these allegations are correct?
It really depends what constitutes cause. If cause is narrowly defined as failing to execute or failing to be able to execute one's authority while in a role such as governor of the Federal Reserve, then I don't think that this would constitute grounds for, or this would constitute cause for dismissal. If cause is widely defined enough to include any sort of criminal action, and that were to be proven by the Department of Justice and in the courts, then I suppose so. But what's most useful right now, I think, is to think through the judicial process. We will get some additional insight from the courts as to what the threshold is for cause for dismissal. And I think that in that sense, given the fact that we knew that no matter what, Governor Cook was going to file a case against the administration and file a motion to stay in her current role, this essentially just speeds that up and will shed some light on essentially the evidentiary bar and what constitutes grounds for dismissal.
Well, in the meantime, the market says call me when it matters, right? I mean, what do you make of the lack of reaction here in the bond and stock markets?
We essentially knew that this was coming, right? The Department of Justice investigation was underway. President Trump was exerting political pressure. He was demanding that she resign. She was resisting. This was always sort of the path that this was going to take. What I'm a little bit more surprised about is that rate cut odds for September haven't faded. I think that if anything, these additional political attacks on the Fed will encourage some members of the Board of Governors and some of the branch presidents to want to assert their independence, to say, look, when political pressure is mounting, consumers' inflation expectations can become unanchored. We do not want that to happen. And so we're more inclined to stand pat in September. I would have expected to see more of a fading of September rate cut odds, but no, odds still favor a rate cut in September despite these attacks on the Board of Governors.
Incredible stuff, Stuart. Thank you for a great readout here. Of course, Stuart covers not just economics. He is the U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics with us from World Headquarters in New York. A balanced view from Stuart Paul. Let's get into the politics behind all of this, because, of course, that's what...
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the ashwagandha root. This will help to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. It will help with your immune system and cardiovascular system. Lignans brings down inflammation. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to neutralize free radicals. They'll help with your endocrine system, your immune system, and help with your cardiovascular system. And omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation, reduces overclotting of your red blood cells, and omega-3 will help with your lipid profile. Great for your cardiovascular health. So stack ashwagandha, root, lignans, and omega-3 together to help the different systems of your body. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
And his willingness to take risks with it to advance it beyond what has been traditionally approval for a president. And so he knows no limitations, and he's fine to let this go to the Supreme Court and let them tell him the extent to which a all-powerful executive branch can govern. And that's exactly what we're witnessing today.
That's the point of this, right, Kristen? Don't wait to find out. Just go for it. Write the letter. Maybe she will be fired. If not, we'll have another day in court here. That'll be news, and it all plays to Donald Trump's benefit. Am I wrong?
I think that's exactly right. I mean, this is all about intimidation. I couldn't agree more with Rick when he says this is not just about the Federal Reserve. Now, the Federal Reserve is unique in a lot of different ways. It'll be very interesting to see if it gets to that point, what the Supreme Court says, given their earlier decisions a little earlier this year. But this will extend beyond, and he's testing the boundaries. That's always what he does. He doesn't like what the Federal Reserve is doing, and so he's going to extend this to other agencies. Already has, and it's dangerous.
I wonder what this court case is going to be like here. In the meantime, Rick, we need a functioning Federal Reserve. We need a board of governors, not seen as political when the markets listen to Fed speak, consider Fed statements, and interpret Fed rate moves. If we get a cut in September, is it going to be second guessed after all of this? The president's visit to the Eccles building, calls for Jay Powell to be fired or to resign, now an actual move to fire a governor. At what point does this spill over into the markets?
Joe, it's been amazingly benign so far. I mean, like all those things you mentioned and many, many more, right? There was a cycle about 3 months ago where every single day was bashing the Fed governor Powell and even threats against him losing his job, right? And yet the market reaction has been very muted. And so until the president feels the heat from the market, I don't think he's going to know his own limitations, because we do know that the market has created some barriers for him. When he went out on an incredibly aggressive tariff schedule, the market crashed and brought him back to a more managed approach. And so whether or not that is capable of doing now this deep into his first year, we're going to see, because I don't have any doubt that he's going to test that capability. And right now, the market doesn't seem to want to challenge him on it.
Well, you wonder, what does the retail trader think of this, right? I mean, Kristen, if you bought NVIDIA last week and you're waiting for earnings on Wednesday night, you just might not care about what happens to Lisa Cook or Donald Trump for that matter. But at some point, we have seen things connect in the markets. And if there's a knock on the independence or credibility of the Fed, that really could, in fact, show up in interest rates or in stock prices. Interesting to hear from Senator Elizabeth Warren. You might have heard me mention her statement, Kristen. She referred to it as an illegal attempt to fire Lisa Cook, an authoritarian power grab, blatantly violates the Federal Reserve Act, she says, must be overturned in court. That means there will be no congressional response to this, right?
Yeah, and that's not surprising at all. And the first step is the courts here. So I think that, this will play out, in the courts. It's very clear that she's being very aggressive and pushing back on the president's move, and for good reason. Not surprising, the statement that Senator Warren put out. She's been obviously very, very critical of this president. But I would also extend this to say, this is a new, unprecedented move. He's threatened Jay Powell, for a long time, but this is new. This is different. So, I would keep my eyes on, on the markets, and, what's the faith and confidence we have in, the United States of America and the information that we put out there. That's very concerning as well.
What do you make of the timing here, Rick? I mean, we knew that the investigation was underway. We knew that this could spell trouble for Lisa Cook. But why last night? Did he have dinner with somebody who had a problem with the Fed governor?
You know, look, I mean, this president has been incredibly aggressive. We call it flooding the zone. You can call it whatever you want, but there are 10 issues a day that could rise to this level of import. And they lust for the ability to challenge the media, to challenge them. And so I have no doubt that this was just the next thing in the queue that was waiting to be done. Just a matter of how much presidential time do you have to put him on social media and get him to make these pronouncements, and frankly have the rest of the government prepared for the reaction to it. So I don't think there's any art to the timing of the things that President Trump does. It's more like, what is the latest amount of ammunition we have to challenge the orthodoxy of people's criticism to this government? I mean, we need to understand this is the plan. It's going to be the plan for the next 3.5 years, and we need to get used to it. And then there's all this kind of apology about, well, you know, but look at the good people he's appointed to some of these jobs, and look at the ones that he hasn't. I mean, he just replaced, you know, the head of Bureau of Standards, and that is an individual who, by all accounts, has not got the backing to do this. There are scores of those kind of individuals at the Department of Defense, and now you're looking at the Fed to have the same kind of activity.
We haven't even mentioned BLS.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals. Super important. And by bringing down inflammation, you're recovering quicker after a workout, you're helping your immune system, you're helping your endocrine system, you're helping your vascular system, and your cerebral system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Very important. And stack it with NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that'll boost up your energy levels. NAD+ also will help to repair your DNA damage. And NAD+ protects neurons. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. It's an antioxidant. They'll help the health of the mitochondria and boost up energy levels and protect neurons. So take the stack, NAD+ and Ubiquinol to help with your neurons, and stack it with heirloom barley to help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, soak up more free radicals. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, heirloom barley, NAD+, and Ubiquinol. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Spend $100 or more, you get a free gift. Till supplies last. All right, let's cycle in another video here. This is CNBC about Trump firing Lisa Cook.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. It's time for wealth solutions as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
The Dow off by 60 points, and welcome back to Money Movers on CNBC. President Trump moving to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. It's his latest threat against Fed independence. Joining us now, former Fed Governor Frederick Mishkin and former acting chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, Tomas Philipson. Gentlemen, good to see you today. The chief economist for New Century Advisors, Claudia Sahm, sent out a pretty attention-getting post on X. She says, if we could pull this up now, do not forget, it's about control of the Fed. This is a very dark day. Rick, is it?
Yeah, sure it is. This is just part of a whole process of economic policies that keep on getting more extreme. There's tremendous amount of research and experience that says independent central banks do a better job at achieving the objectives that governments actually set for them, which is keeping inflation low and maximizing employment. This is just.
If you have a socialistic society that's running the central bank, you're going to have hyperinflation. We don't have hyperinflation. But did the Federal Reserve really control inflation during the Biden administration? Absolutely, positively not. And not only that, they're captured by lobbying groups. So are they really independent? So what they're doing is they're comparing socialistic societies versus a constitutional republic, or dictatorships versus a constitutional republic. They're not even comparing apples to apples when doing this comparison for central banks.
One step further, I don't think there's much new here. Trump has been attacking the Fed in very strong ways, talked about firing Powell, but backed off. Now he's got an opening because of this situation with Lisa Cook's mortgages. But it's all part of a pattern here to actually reduce the independence of the Fed. And to be honest, this is exactly what Trump should not want to have happen, because it's going to lead to higher interest rates. Because the loss of credibility of the Fed, of the central bank, leads to higher expectations of inflation and therefore higher interest rates. So it's not actually in Trump's interest, but this is what he's doing. What can I say?
Do you think that it's also like, it's almost like reverse psychology, that the more, and we see this with teenagers and parenting, right? The more you try to crack down and get them to do what you want them to do, the more resistance there is. Do you think that it could have just a reverse course, that unless there's an overwhelming reason to say cut rates, the Fed might insist on demonstrating its independence by refusing to do so?
Yeah, I actually talked about this earlier, that even before this particular episode, that the threat to Fed's independence are making them have a little bit higher bar on lowering interest rates. So again, this is not achieving what Trump seems to want, but this is what he's doing. And, I hate to compare the Fed to teenagers, but actually it's appropriate when you have to worry about your credibility, that if you're being bullied, you have to stand up to them or it gets worse.
Tomas, from your perspective, when you're looking at truly the pressure that is being applied to the Fed right now, and the allegation that there may have been malfeasance when it came to this mortgage application, how should the Federal Reserve respond?
I mean, I'm not going to take us down on the legal issues. I'm an economist, so whether alleged fraud is a cost that the president can use to fire someone is not really my expertise. I think it's poorly handled by the White House doing it this way. On the other hand, I think there's a theme here, which I think is something that's worth thinking about, which is agencies many times don't perform. BLS surveys have gone very poorly in terms of response rates, etc. And you can think the woman who ran it is the nicest person on the planet, but in the private sector, if you hire a salesperson and sale goes down, you fire them or replace them. I think that's similar to the Fed. Fed has not reached its own goal of 2% in stemming inflation. They claim taxes or tariffs are inflationary, which tariffs are not, essentially, because inflation is economy-wide. Price increases, tariffs might hit certain tariffs goods, but then other goods will have less money to spend on them. And also the tariff revenue is $200 or $300 billion, which is 1% of overall consumption driving CPI. So they're out to lunch on a lot of issues. In fact, you could argue that the Fed was it's the agency we have for price stability, but it's also the agency that caused price instability during COVID with a massive money supply increase they generated, essentially. So there is a legit argument here, I think. How do you control poorly performing agencies? That's, I think, is the underlying theme here. And just saying that any agency should be immune to being controlled for poor performance, I also think is not healthy. This execution of doing it, I don't think is the right way, but I think it's a bigger debate. How do you control bad agencies?
That's a great observation.
We have a goal to.
Great observation. there needs to be some sort of monitoring mechanism that says, if you, the board of governors and the chair, if you have made policy and it made the economy worse, they need to be held accountable and be removed from office. And that means either they didn't respond to inflation or there's too much unemployment. And if they failed in their execution of duties, they should be fired. Absolutely. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive profile. It's a compound. This powder, you mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. You take it every day. And it's a great way to help with your cardiovascular health, help with brain function, musculature, rev up your metabolism, and increase your energy levels. It's a great way to slow down the aging process. And if you use this as a replacement for your breakfast or for your lunch, you will be able to lose weight. It stacks well with Gladiator barley and heirloom barley. You'll be able to control your A1C levels, which is really important to try to control diabetes. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. And also, nattokinase. Nattokinase is really important to be taking every day. It's fibrinolytic, so it's going to break up clots. It's going to help with your cardiovascular health. Taking it every day is super important. They'll help to bring down the LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So please go to my store and get this very high quality nattokinase and stack it with the Boomer Boost. That way you're improving your cardiovascular health, your brain function, your musculature, revving up your metabolism. And with nattokinase, you're helping with breaking up clots and helping with your lipid profile. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
That would work, and we'll continue to explore them a bit later on this hour, not only in this conversation with the President of the United States, but Katie Richards from the Groundwork Collaborative is set to join us a bit later on this hour as well. There was a time we were using the term posse comitatus here on the program on a daily basis. That was when President Trump deployed National Guard troops on the streets of LA, and there was a question about whether they may be deployed elsewhere, confounding many at the time, because of course the idea behind the Posse Comitatus Act is that U.S. military troops cannot carry out civilian law enforcement actions. It's become a daily fact of life for us here in Washington, D.C., of course, over the past couple of weeks, with National Guard troops and many agencies, I believe a dozen federal law enforcement agencies, helping to control the streets of Washington and what the president describes as a crime-infested city. Of course, this comes against the backdrop of crime in Washington falling to a 30-year low, according to the Department of Justice. But the fact that these National Guard troops are now armed has brought a new wrinkle to this conversation, as has as well the president's threats to send National Guard troops to other cities. Next expected to be Chicago. This also will likely come up in this conversation today with reporters. It certainly did yesterday, and that's why we wanted to get back on the line with Robert McWhirter, constitutional law attorney, practicing criminal defense, civil rights lawyer from Maricopa County, Arizona. He's with us once again on Bloomberg TV and radio. Mr. McWhirter, it's great to see you once again. What does the Posse Comitatus Act think about armed National Guard troops on the streets of D.C.? Does it depend entirely on what their mission is, if they're helping to protect federal property, for instance, as opposed to conducting arrests here in the federal city?
What does it mean? Well, first of all, I heard you had a birthday joke. Happy birthday. At least in that, thank you. Sure. Posse Comitatus. You know those old Western television shows where it said we got to form a posse to go after the bad? That's Posse Comitatus. It's an old kind of common law back in the Middle Ages. It's power of the county. It's getting the county together to go after bad guys. That's where the term posse comes from. It's Posse Comitatus. So he's trying to invoke this kind of, lawlessness. We've got to get a posse together to go after lawlessness. In D.C., the president has more power to do so because ultimately the president is the head of the National Guard in the District of Columbia. When he wants to go into the states like Chicago, no, the governor is the head of the National Guard, and the way that normally works, except for extraordinary circumstances, is the governor has to request, like there's a big flood or something and needs national help to deal with it, well, then the governor will make the request or whatnot. So this is the legal basis he's trying to go on. And you gotta note, I mean, most of these cities is going after crime rates are falling, but more importantly, the Republican-controlled major cities, he's not talking about putting the National Guard in with them. It's only the Democratic-controlled cities that he's doing, which really makes this as just a political move and a political stunt and kind of underscores the ugliness of it, not the necessity to fight crime.
The president has used federal Title 32 orders to get us this far. Because this is in Washington, and to your point, he's got a little more leeway here in the federal city with armed National Guard troops. Do the guns make a difference, Robert, or that's just a development that the Secretary of Defense decided to move on?
I think it's just more for show than anything else. It's this continual image that we're tough. Now, what the guns do is you now have people who are not trained in police work. These people, these men and women of National Guards who have done great service for this country in foreign wars in Iraq and Iran, etc. That's what they're trained to do. Now they have guns in a situation where they're not trained. Police get a great deal of training of when they can pull their firearms and when they cannot. And that's because the police serve us, the citizens. Well, now you have people that are trained in a totally different way of using their firearms, walking around a city street with firearms. Frankly, when Donald Trump says he wants to clean up Washington, D.C., I think that's a really bad look for Washington, D.C., because generally speaking, in a democracy,
But it was okay for them to carry weapons in the MTA system in New York, but not okay for Washington, D.C.? What it is they're just trying to demonize Trump. Once again, Bloomberg, orange man bad.
TV and on YouTube right now, some images taken the night before last when these troops were first deployed with rifles and sidearms. Governor J.B. Pritzker is waiting for something to happen in Chicago. He's telling Trump not to come, not to deploy the troops there. Robert, he made a post on Twitter to Donald Trump and his administration. If you hurt my people, and remember, there are, of course, massive political overtones here for what could be a future presidential candidate. Nothing will stop me, not time or political circumstance, from making sure you face justice under our constitutional rule of law. A political bluster, maybe, but does the governor have any power to keep the troops out of his city?
Well, it's going to be a power to go to courts. You could have, if you get to the situation where people are having this militia versus that militia, well, the last time that really happened was the American Civil War. And I don't think we exactly want to go back to that. Remember, the firing on Fort Sumter in April 1861 was the South Carolina National Guard, essentially, that started the Civil War. So that's kind of what he's invoking. Look, a president can invoke the National Guard for a national interest and to protect a federal building. The best example of that was during the Civil Rights Movement in Little Rock, Arkansas, where President Eisenhower nationalized the National Guard to affect the national interest of civil rights, which was directly under the dictate of the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and ultimately the 15th Amendment, but mostly the 14th Amendment. So there was a direct federal interest and a changing value in this country about the importance of fairness in education and racial equality. That's where we're talking about the National Guard coming in. And Donald Trump just saying, oh, I'm going to fight crime. Well, fighting crime on American streets belongs to mayors and governors who are crying for maybe federal help to have more police officers hired. That's where you fight crime. More programs. Not sending in
the bottom line is that these Democrats, they ran their city into the ground. They're crime ridden, and now they're not willing to take the help of the federal government. Why? Because it's Trump. Because if Trump's successful, it just proves positive that the Democratic Party sucks when it comes to running major cities. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin K2. This will help with bone density and also help with your cardiovascular health. D3 is a gene expression cofactor. It also helps to get cells to go into apoptosis when infected. And D3 helps to absorb calcium. Take these together, do resistance training, and you get the max benefit in building bone density. In addition, it helps to pull some of that calcium depositing out of plaque formation and reduce calcium depositing around plaque formation. That way, it's helping with your cardiovascular health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Well, thank you for listening and have a nice day.